The time is 2:14 p.m. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Vasut.
Here.
Vice Chair Rosenthal. Here. Garcia. Here. Guerin. Here. Gervin Hawkins. Guerra. Here. Hefner. Here. Hunter. Here. Manuel. Here. McQueenie. Here. Metcalf. Here. Moody. Present. Pearson. Here. Spiller. Here. Tepper. Here. Thompson. Here. Turner. Here. Wilson. Here. Wu.
Quorum is present. Chair recognizes the following members are up on the dais today. Representative Jones, Representative Goodwin, Representative Schaffner, Representative Perez, Representative Trey Martinez-Fisher.
I did not call.
Did we get Guillen?
I did not call Mr. Guillen.
Chair will show Mr. Guillen here. Chair will show Ms. Hicklin here. All right. We miss anybody? Appreciate you dealing with our technical issues as we get started here today. Members, it's an honor to get to serve with you on this committee. To start with some housekeeping, our committee clerk is Edward Jacks, who's up here with me. Our assistant committee clerk is Dylan Menard. It's right down there. They're here to help you with any logistics. We also have Kylie Hicks from my office here today if you need any help. Any documents relating to the committee will be emailed to you and your chiefs by Edward or Dylan, as has already been done for today's hearing. We have set up a Dropbox for the members of the committee where we will post materials for committee meetings. You have already received an invitation to join that Dropbox. If you have any issues, let us know. You should be able to find the materials for today's meeting on that Dropbox. We will endeavor to scan any documents handed to the committee and place them in that Dropbox for your access as soon as we can. There will be food or drinks in the back if you need them. As you're no doubt aware, please ensure that a quorum of the committee does not meet in the back to discuss any committee business. By way of background for the members of the public and the members here today, as you may be aware, on July 9, 2025, Governor Greg Abbott issued a proclamation calling the 89th Legislature to convene in special session starting this past Monday, July 21, 2025. Under the Constitution, the length of each special session is limited to 30 days. Governor Abbott has asked the 89th Legislature in his proclamation to take up legislation that provides a revised congressional redistricting plan in light of constitutional concerns raised by the U.S. Department of Justice. A copy of the governor's proclamation can be found in the Dropbox. The current congressional redistricting plan for the 119th Congress is Plan C-2193. We have printed out a copy of this current plan for you. A copy can also be found in the Dropbox, and for the general public and everyone viewing at home, you can access the plan at dvr.capitol.texas.gov. Click Congress and then click Current Districts. It is the Chair's intention at this time to take up any revisions to the Congressional Redistricting Plan in two phases. First, we will have 3 public hearings to hear from anyone wishing to testify on revisions they would like to see or not see to the current Congressional Redistricting Plan found in C-2193. These 3 public hearings include today's hearing in Austin, a hearing on Saturday, July 26, 2025 at 11 a.m. in Houston, and a hearing on Monday, July 28, 2025 at 5 o'clock p.m. in Arlington. Each of these hearing notices have been posted and copies can be found in the committee Dropbox. As the Chair previously requested, all members of the committee, the legislature, the media, and the public are strongly encouraged to share the details for each of these hearings with the people of Texas. Second, after these public hearings are completed, the Chair anticipates scheduling a public hearing on a bill, if one is filed, to revise the Congressional Redistricting Plan. While the rules allow the Chair to schedule public hearings and special sessions with as little as 24 hours notice, the Chair intends to provide more notice than that of any public hearing or meeting to discuss any bill revising the Congressional Redistricting Plan. Members, in addition to keeping your calendar clear during each week of the special session, please also keep your calendar clear the first weekend in August in case we need to schedule any committee business during that time. Before we take up any revision to the Congressional Redistricting Plan or discuss such a plan amongst ourselves, we are here today to hear from the public about what that revision should be, if any. As set out on the posting for today's hearing, we will take public testimony regarding a revised Congressional Redistricting Plan pursuant to the Governor's July 9, 2025 proclamation calling a special session for the 89th Legislature. Today's hearing will focus on those counties of the state lying wholly or partly within Congressional Districts 10, 11, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 23, 27, 28, 31, 34, 35, and 37 for the 119th Congress. But the committee will hear testimony about any region of the state, We'll hear any region of the state you want to talk about today. Today's hearing will feature both in-person and invited virtual public testimony. Pursuant to the posting, the deadline to register for virtual public testimony was yesterday, July 23rd, 2025 at 2:00 p.m. All individuals who have been invited to provide virtual public testimony have received instructions. Should you have any questions, please email us at the email provided to you with your instructions. For everyone in the audience and those in the overflow rooms, I believe we have 2 overflow rooms, thank you for being here today. In order to testify in person today, you must register at the kiosks outside the committee room. They're right over here. If you have any questions or encounter any difficulty, please confer with committee staff up here at the front. We'd be happy to assist you. We will be closing registration for in-person testimony today at 3:30 p.m., a little more than an hour, so please register at the kiosk before this deadline. I plan to alternate invited virtual testimony and in-person testimony. For everyone wishing to testify, testimony will be limited to 2 minutes in length. I will have a timer. I think we have it down here, and there is, I believe, one in front of the testifying witness right there. There will also be an audible bell that goes off. It'll be, I believe, 2 chirps at 15 seconds and then 2 chirps when you're done. And, of course, when that time runs out, I'll tell you thank you for your time, and then we can take up any questions. So for our virtual witnesses, we'll take questions immediately after each witness testifies, okay? I just want to note that any questions you receive are not an opportunity to extend your time for testimony broadly. The reason why is we want to be fair to everyone here and generally provide the same amount of testimony for everyone, no matter who you are, no matter where you're from. In order to ensure a balance of public testimony across the 3 public hearings and to reasonably structure the committee's business, the public testimony for today's hearing will also be limited to 5 hours in length. The time right now does not count against that. We're only going to start that running while people are testifying and answering questions. This time, and I want to stress this time is not the only opportunity that you have to provide information for the committee to consider. This is just one of many ways. First, if you have more to say than the time allows, or we unfortunately do not reach you here today, as the hearing notice mentioned, we welcome you to bring up a written copy of your testimony. Please turn that in to Dylan at the end if we get to that point. If you had more to say, you couldn't get to, or we run out of time, please turn in your written testimony to Dylan. He's going to scan that in so every member of this committee will be able to hear from you. Second, if you have any handouts with you today, as the notice mentions, please bring the handouts up front to Dylan before your testimony, and they will be provided to members of the committee. We ask you to bring 22 copies. That's for our members here. For those on the dais that are not on the committee, we might not have a copy for you. Apologize for that. I didn't know the numbers, but for the members of the committee, we will. Third, anyone is welcome to submit an electronic comment without testifying online. The electronic portal is linked in today's hearing notice, and it can be found at comments.house.texas.gov. Information can be uploaded to the portal for today's hearing through the end of today's hearing. You can also upload information to the portal for future hearings through the conclusion of those future hearings. The Texas Legislative Council also hosts a website for redistricting at redistricting.capital.texas.gov. On that website, you can find information about submitting proposed maps for consideration. Click 2020s at the top, then click Public Participation. There will be links on that page that will guide you. Finally, every member of the public is always welcome to email, contact, or call any member of the legislature at any time, and many of you have done that. We welcome you to continue to do so. So finally, logistics. For our virtual witnesses, again, we're going to take you one at a time. I'm going to announce the 4 that we will take just so that you know that your testimony is coming up. So if you're in those first 4 witnesses that I mentioned, just be ready. But we will take virtual witnesses one at a time. For our in-person witnesses, I'm going to bring you up in panels of 4. We have 4 seats right up here. If you're in here, great. If you're in the overflow room, just be listening. What I plan to do is I'll call up our 4 virtual witnesses, and I'll go ahead and tell you who the 4 on the next panel of in-person will be. If your name is called for the in-person panel, just make your way into the room up here to the front, and you can be seated at those chairs. That way, we can get to you expeditiously. Members, please hold questions for our in-person testimony until all 4 panelists have testified, and then, of course, you can question the panel. Finally, since we have no bill before us today, and we've gotten some questions about this, so I want to make sure this is clear, Since we have no bill before us, at any of these first 3 public hearings, all testimony will be neutral or on, which I will verify with each of you when you come up here to testify. With that, let's get started. Our first 4 witnesses for virtual testimony today are going to be Vice Chair, for what purpose? And then click your... Just so the members are aware, since we're in the Appropriations Committee room, the technology is a little different. In order to be recognized by the chair, please press the button on your microphone. It'll pop up on here, and then we'll recognize you. So, Vice Chair Rosenthal, for what purpose?
May I make an opening statement?
The gentleman is recognized for such purpose.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. For the people that don't know me, my name's John Rosenthal. I'll be your co-host for the afternoon and evening. I'm a career mechanical engineer. I believe in practical solutions. This, in my view, is far from anything resembling a practical solution. I also note that it's an incredible responsibility for me to be here serving as your vice chair today. Sometimes oil field engineers get to take on some really big things, and I have had the privilege and the opportunity to work on some major undertakings. Nothing in my life compares to serving as the vice chair in this committee today. So I feel the weight and the gravity of this proceeding because there's a real fight on our hands, let's face it. I'm ready for it. I know my colleagues are as well. I'd like to ask the clerk to pass out this little packet. I've got the letter from the Department of Justice, the proclamation from the governor, and the committee hearing notice. If we could please make sure that every member of the committee has this. I want to ensure that we all understand what's happening here and what's brought us here today. So members, I want you to pay special attention to the letter from the Department of Justice, which is what set this entire chain of events in motion. The congressional districts specifically mentioned by the Department of Justice are Congressional District 9, 18, 29, and 33. It's curious to me that none of these districts are mentioned among the dozen or so districts listed in our hearing notice. And I'll let you think about why that might be the case. Mid-decade redistricting is unusual, it's unnecessary. We are actually constitutionally required to redraw districts every 10 years following the census. Texas did its constitutional duty and redrew the districts following the 2020 census in 2021, and I was here for that proceeding. So that process is supposed to be about making things fair. As the population of the state grows and changes and moves around, we adjust district boundaries to make sure folks have fair representation. This process, in my view, has nothing to do with making things fair. If you look at the 4 districts in question that the Department of Justice listed on their letter, this process is aimed at removing black congressional representatives. 3 of those 4 seats are black-held seats. That is an attempt to racially gerrymander our state under the guise of unracially gerrymandering. And then 1 Latino seat. The effort to change these districts at this time has nothing to do with representing people better. It's the opposite of that. It's a power grab at the expense of black and brown communities. So here's what's really at stake. Texas is growing. The vast majority of that growth is by people of color. So I live in a world of facts. Engineers make stuff happen in real life. We use a lot of math, so hope you'll bear with me. This population growth measured from 2010 to 2020 was black and brown people. So the population during that period, according to the Census Bureau of the United States of America, grew by 3,999,994 people. That's 6 short of 4 million Let's just call it 4 million. Of that growth, 187,252 were white, 557,887 were black, 1.98 million were Latino. So I have done the math for you already. 4.6% of that 10-year growth was white. But the 4 million drove the need for this state to draw 2 new congressional districts, Congressional 37 and 38. And by some miracle of chance, this legislature drew both of those districts to be majority white. I live in one of them. Black and brown communities already don't have fair representation. So if our population is 60% communities of color, why is our congressional delegation 34% from communities of color? So if we have a proceeding aimed at taking away their seats, we're taking away their voices, plain and simple. So, and I know I'm talking about black and brown communities, and I don't know if you are aware of this, but I'm actually a white guy. And I do feel it's especially important for me, for people that look like me, to speak out about this kind of injustice. It was Desmond Tutu that said, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. We need to speak up and speak out. It's on us, especially those who benefit from these systems, to have our voice in these spaces. I'm just going to end with this. Mid-decade redistricting is pointless, unjust, and we won't let that happen quietly. I'm here to fight. We all need to raise our voices to protect democracy for every Texan. Thanks for your attention.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we move on to testimony, just a couple of questions, if I may. In terms of, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Please
Okay.
restate your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we move on to testimony, I just wonder if you would allow me a couple of questions so I can better understand the process here today.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner for some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you have seen the letter from the Department of Justice objecting to the racial compositions of districts 9, 18, 29, and 33?
I have, and I have received a copy of it here, I believe, with all of you.
Yes. And I think you said this in your opening, but just to clarify, it is that letter that Governor Abbott cited in his proclamation for the special session?
He doesn't cite to a specific letter in his proclamation. He does reference concerns, I believe, raised by the U.S. Department of Justice.
Okay. Are you aware of any other way that DOJ has raised concerns beyond that letter?
That would have to be a question for the governor. I'm not aware of any other letter, though, personally myself.
Okay. I'm not either. I think it refers back to the letter. So the letter that you've read and I've read as well basically is asking Texas to dismantle those 4 districts because of their racial makeup. And my question is, do you believe, as the chair, does the committee believe that it is legal for us to intentionally dismantle majority-minority districts because of their racial composition?
I don't believe that the letter is a specific request for us to dismantle any district. However, it's the chair's intention at all times that we are going to follow the Voting Rights Act, and we're going to follow the law. And we have no plans at this moment to change any particular district. The purpose of today's hearing is, of course, to hear from the public before we go into that process.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the letter specifically says that these are coalition districts, meaning that they're majority-minority districts, and they say that they're unconstitutional. And we urge the state of Texas to rectify these race-based considerations from these specific districts. So it seems to me they're asking us to change the districts based on their racial makeup by virtue of the fact that they're majority-minority districts.
You'd have to refer specifically what the Department of Justice wants to do or not wants to do to them. The chair obviously did not have this letter addressed to him. And as far as I'm concerned, the whole point of this process is solely to respond to the governor's call. And we're going to take up congressional redistricting in that 2-phase process I mentioned earlier. And I'd love to get to this first phase of hearing from the public.
No, I appreciate that. And I appreciate your point about the Department of Justice didn't address the letter to you or any member of the legislature. Will we be hearing from the Department of Justice today?
I am not certain. Chair's not advised whether they have registered to testify. I believe that an open invitation was sent to everyone to register if they'd like to, and the vice chair has reached out to me and wanted to invite some individuals, and I've worked with him to do so, and we'll take any of his invited witnesses out of the regular order as a courtesy to the vice chair.
Appreciate that. Would we be able to formally invite the Department of Justice to come and testify before this committee? If not today, then in
I'd be happy
Houston
to
or
talk with you
Arlington?
about that. I know the vice chair was thinking perhaps, but we can talk about that.
I think it'd be important to try to understand their legal basis for this exercise. Who are the, and just a couple more questions, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate we want to get to witnesses. Who are the legal advisors to our committee for this process?
My understanding is the House has retained Butler Snow, and I believe that, I'm not exactly certain of whether or not they represent the individual members of the committee, or, but I believe to respond to your inquiry, it would be Butler Snow.
Okay, but they are, you're not sure if they're available to the entire committee?
That is a legal question. I don't want to give you an incorrect answer, right? So I'd be happy to look at that and get you an answer to that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Are there any other outside law firms that you're aware of that are involved in the process?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And have you had, as you've kind of undertaken this process, have you had any discussions about this process with our Attorney General's office, General Paxton's office?
I received I cannot waive the attorney-client privilege during the regular session as to the litigation. I did receive a briefing of the litigation, but no, I have not communicated with the Office of Attorney General regarding this redistricting process.
Okay, and I take it from your previous comment, you've not communicated with the Department of Justice?
I have not.
Okay. How about the White House?
I have not.
Okay. How about a gentleman named Adam Kincaid?
I honestly have no idea who that is.
Okay. My understanding is he's the person who drew the maps in the last decade. Anyone with the National Republican Redistricting Trust?
No.
Okay. And lastly, have you seen any proposed maps that the White House has sent?
No.
Or President Trump's operatives have sent?
No. I believe the only map that I have seen is the one that was posted to the public portal, which I reminded everyone, anyone in the public is invited to submit a map. Just because a map is put onto that portal does not mean in any way that that is a map this committee was intending to take up or otherwise. The public is free to submit whatever the public wants.
Okay. So you've seen, no one has sent you any maps for this committee to consider?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Turner. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I have some questions.
Yes. Chair recognizes Mr. Wu for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just want to follow up on Representative Turner's questions just a little bit. I'm personally very confused about why exactly we're here doing this. And from what I heard you say earlier, you've not been given any explanation or any notice from the governor of why he made the call.
I have received the same proclamation that you have received.
Okay. And this is not a process that you have personally asked for? This is
No.
redistricting, you've not personally asked for that?
Does anyone really ask to be chair of redistricting?
Well, yeah,
But I am here. No, I have not asked.
I just want to be clear, that as a chair of this committee, as a chair of the redistricting committee, that you did not say, Governor Abbott, please?
No, I did not.
And as far as you know, nobody on this committee has made those requests either.
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know if any member of the legislature went to the governor and said, we really could use this right now?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Again, I'm limited to what I personally know.
No, I'm absolutely. And, I only know what I know, you only know what you know, and between the two of us, I don't think we know anything of why we're here.
I think the chair would say that the governor has put an item on the call. It is prudent and proper for the legislative committees to take up the items that the governor has designated. And what the legislature does with that is up to the legislature, but it's the chair's position that the governor has placed this item on the call, and we're going to take it up in a two-phase
Absolutely.
process.
And I know you keep up with this stuff. You're aware that we were recently, the state was recently involved in a three-week trial in El Paso
Very general.
over the maps that we passed in 21.
I have very general knowledge, not specific. I was not involved in that.
Same
litigation.
here.
Yes.
But are you aware that members of our body testified under oath in that trial saying that there was absolutely no racial gerrymandering in the current maps that we're discussing.
I'm generally aware of that.
Thank you. And you've not seen anything that would speak to the contrary?
No, I've certainly never seen any indication that any map that has been passed out of this legislature, anytime I've been in the legislature that I voted on, would violate in any way the Voting Rights Act. But again, I'm not a legal expert. I can just tell you what I know, and of course I voted on that. I had an opportunity to vote on the same maps that you did.
Have you personally seen any demographic evidence or any data of any kind that would suggest that or would say that there needs to be a mid-cycle redistricting?
Well, I think whether or not there needs to be mid-cycle redistricting is a matter of opinion. To your first question about whether I've seen evidence, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think your question was alluding, have I seen evidence of the current map engaged in some type of inappropriate violation of the VRA?
Mm-hmm.
And I have not.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wu.
Mr. Chairman,
Dean Thompson, for what purpose?
I happen to see the letter that the DOJ sent down here, but I want to say that the Attorney General of Texas answered them, and they said that the Texas legislature did not pass race-based electoral districts for any of those 3 political maps. The Texas State Senator Joan Huffman, who chaired the Senate Redistricting Committee, testified under oath that she drew Texas districts blind to race and sought to maximize Republican political advantage, balanced against traditional redistricting criteria. And he went on to say in his letter to the DOJ that the Texas legislature has led the nation in rejecting race-based decision-making in its redistricting process, and it has drawn its current maps in conformance with traditional, non-racial redistricting criteria to ensure Texas continue to adopt policies that would truly make Texas great again. And Mr. Chairman, I resent the the United States Department of Justice sitting down here accusing our state that we have drawn some race-based maps and actually putting scorn upon our elected officials, because you and I know that Dan Patrick never would have passed a map out of the Senate, and we never would have passed one out of the House that would have included this. And again, not trying to be dilatory in your getting to the witnesses, I just resent this, and I just think that this is a waste of good taxpayers' dollars that we ought to be putting somewhere like in the flood victims. And we flood in Harris County, incidentally. We need some of this flood money too. Thank you.
Understood, Dean Thompson. Okay. Can you push a button, Marty? Well, yeah. Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose? Is your microphone on?
It is, I believe so. Can you hear me?
No. It's like a Verizon commercial. Let's try it again.
All right. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you good. Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
I'd like to make a couple comments.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins for some brief comments.
I don't think it's on.
Chair.
Oh, hold on, Ms. Gervin Hawkins, I believe.
I don't think it's on.
Can you try that microphone one more time?
Testing.
I don't believe your microphone's on. We're going to work on that.
Can you
Bear
use
with me.
neighbors?
How about now, Ms. Gervin Hawkins?
Testing.
There we go.
There
Thank
you
you.
go.
Ms. Gervin
Thank
Hawkins,
you.
you're recognized for brief comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple questions and then a comment. Is it possible that the minority party also get access to an attorney?
I'd be happy to evaluate that request. I have not received such a request.
Okay. Will any of the senators who said that the maps weren't race-baited, will they come and testify?
Chair is not advised. That would be a rather different kind of requests. I don't believe that members of each house testified at committee hearings, but the chair is happy to look at that. Chair's not advised. I know a lot of rules. Never heard that one.
Let's be the first.
Yeah, we're swimming through new waters, you know, let's add what we need. The other question is this, a couple more questions. Will you define for this group, as the chair, what you determine as a minority district versus a coalition district?
That's a legal question. Chair's not going to engage in answering or attempting to answer legal questions, not the least of reasons I'm not an expert on redistricting law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will a recommendation from this committee be forthcoming to the governor?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you referring to a bill or a resolution? or
I'm talking
particular
about the
action?
maps. Will any recommendation be coming from this committee to the governor's office?
It's the chair's intention to complete these initial hearings that have been noticed before we take up, if we take up such a question.
Okay? And my comment is this, Mr. Chair. You know, when I look at the districts that's listed on the Department of Justice letter, and I'm looking at our Congressperson Garcia, Congressman L. Green, Congressman Mark Vesey, and the open seat, the historical seat of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee and Sylvester Turner. And so when I see these names mentioned, and I think of our historic and iconic members of our congressional group, I'm insulted, I'm concerned, and I'm wondering, why must we do this? And what I'm hoping, and this is to the entire committee, let's not allow the White House to put its arms into Texas and divide our community. It's wrong, it should not happen, and we want to make sure that our legislators know this is wrong, and we will not stand by and just let it occur. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gervin-Hawkins. Hearing no further matters before the committee.
Oh, sorry, I just,
Speaker Moody, for what purpose?
Questions of the chair.
Chair yields for questions.
Thank you, sir. I was reading the proclamation that you cited, and there's a number of items that are listed in the proclamation. The one you've referred to states, legislation that provides a revised congressional redistricting plan in light of the constitutional concerns raised by the United States Department of Justice, or U.S. Department of Justice, how it reads. It's within the power and the purview of the governor to convene the legislature in a special session and set the agenda for that session. Is that your understanding?
Subject to the rules of the House and the Constitution, yes.
Is there any obligation upon I'll stick with the Texas House because I don't think the Texas Senate has rules. Is it incumbent upon the Texas House
no lies.
to take up and pass legislation in furtherance of the governor's call? Is there any mandate that we must do so?
All legislative power is vested in the legislature. It's up to the legislature at its discretion. It's the chair's intention to take up this process, if at all, in the two phases mentioned.
Yeah, and I appreciate you lining that up because I think it allows for us to understand the process that we're going to undertake. But we don't have legislation before us today. There is no bill. And I know that your intent is to take public testimony at this hearing today, one in Houston and one in Arlington in the next several days. How is that public testimony going to inform proposed legislation?
All information that flows to the committee is available to committee members to guide them in making any decision, whether or not to file a bill, what the bill may look like, what amendments they may want to do to any type of bill. And so the first stage is to hear from the public to determine what they believe about whether they'd like to see revisions, and if so, what kind. And then that feedback can certainly be taken into account.
And is it the chair's intent to hear that testimony and then, as the chair, engage in drafting the legislation to bring forward?
I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I would say that we're going to hear from the public, and then once we get through that hearing in Dallas on Monday, then we'll evaluate what next steps we take.
So if that process was housed with the chair, how would the public testimony inform your drafting of that legislation?
That would be a hypothetical. I wouldn't be able to answer that at this time. I think the general expectation, and of which I've attempted to operate it the whole time I've been in the legislature, is that everyone that comes to a public hearing and gives testimony, that testimony is taken into account.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the time to ask questions. I know we will have a number of members of the public here to testify, and to those members that are waiting to testify, members of the public waiting to testify. This is an opportunity, as the chair stated, to let your opinion be known and that this process should be and must be informed by your opinions about what we should or shouldn't be doing. There is no obligation for us to do this at all. At all. And I look forward to hearing from the public about whatever opinion they have on these maps. And my hope is that whoever engages in drawing these maps, because in the past it's been the chair, but whoever engages in drawing these maps and proposing this legislation also listens intently to the testimony that we're going to gather over the next several weeks. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just have,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I apologize, I have just a few follow-up questions.
Chair yields for questions.
I apologize, I didn't hear your answer exactly. In terms of the law firm Butler Snow, you said that is the committee's representation, or you don't know?
I'm not fully advised on the full extent of their representation. Certainly, they can and have.
Would you let us
provided
know who the attorneys are so we can talk to them directly and say, hey, do you represent us or not?
The chair would be happy to circle back with the member.
Thank you. Just on a quick procedural question, I know you said earlier that witnesses are being asked to testify neutral, changing no matter what they put into their affirmation.
Rules require that just because there's not a bill before the committee.
Okay. Witnesses, even though that they're listed as neutral.
They do not have to be neutral.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, that is that's a good question, Representative Wu. Under the rules, that's just required for purposes when you don't have a bill. It's always neutral testimony to reflect that into the minutes. But members of the public are, of course, free to give any testimony that they like. Any further questions for the chair? Chair is none. Chair will move into invited public testimony. The first one we're going to do is virtual testimony. The first three that I would like to have, or first four I'd like to have on deck, so please be ready in the virtual panel. We're going to invite you in one at a time. Ellen Katz, Ali Flores, Eric Jacobson, Robin Peoples. Our first panel for in-person testimony, which if you would, please make your way up to these chairs. I'm going to take three. And I apologize for pronunciations of any name. That nothing is intended. I'm from Southeast Texas. I like to say Southeast Texas. Maybe they don't claim us in Southeast Texas, but I like Southeast Texas, Brazoria County. Greg Cesar, Joaquin Castro, and Sylvia Garcia, if you'll make your way up to the front. So let's go to our first virtual witness. Chair calls Ellen Katz to provide invited virtual public testimony. Ms. Katz, if you'll unmute you, we're going to send you a little blue dot to unmute yourself. And if you could, make sure that we can see your video. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, wonderful, thank
Okay.
you.
I'll show you registered. Bear with me one moment.
Sure.
Let me get your registration here. We'll be a little slow for the first few, but that's okay. We're eventually gonna get there. I'll show. Since I'm taking you out of order, Ms. Katz, I need to. There we go. Okay. I'll show you registered to testify as Ellen Katz on behalf of yourself on revisions to the Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Please give us your testimony.
Sure, thank you so much. As you mentioned, my name is Ellen Katz. I'm a law professor and associate dean at the University of Michigan Law School. And I'm speaking here in my personal capacity, not on behalf of the law school. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to be here today, and particularly to Vice Chair Rosenthal for the invitation. In my brief comments today, I'm going to focus on the July 7th letter from the Justice Department to the governor and the AG of this state, providing what the letter calls formal notice of serious concerns about the legality of congressional districts 9, 18, 29, and 33. I'm going to make 3 points today. First, the assertion that these districts violate the Voting Rights Act is plainly incorrect. Second, the letter's assertion that these districts violate the Constitution is also plainly incorrect. And third, I want to point out that what the letter is instructing Texas to do, were Texas to do it, would in fact be illegal. More precisely, dismantling these districts, as the letter instructs, would require Texas to engage in improper considerations of race in violation of both the Voting Rights Act and the 14th Amendment. So just a quick note on terminology. The Justice Department's letter describes the targeted districts as coalition districts. It doesn't define that term, but that's a term that generally refers to electoral districts in which the combined population of two minority groups that vote as a block comprises the majority of the district's population. So just turning to my first point, the DOJ letter claims that coalition districts, quote, run afoul of the VRA. They don't. Last year, the Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit issued a decision called Petaway versus Galveston County, which held that what's known as the results or effects-based test set forth in Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act does not require jurisdictions to draw coalition districts. That is, it doesn't mandate the aggregation of two separately protected minority groups in a single district. Nothing in this decision, however, suggests, much less holds, that the VRA prohibits the very existence of coalition districts. The mere fact that a district exists in which two minority
If you
groups
please
comprise
finish
the
your
majority.
testimony, Ms. Katz. Thank you.
Okay,
I'll
I have a
give you
bit more
closing
to
sentence.
say. Oh, okay, I will just say on the voting rights point that it doesn't establish, and it's never established a violation of the VRA. There are hundreds of these districts nationwide in which jurisdictions relying on traditional principles create these districts. The VRA doesn't prohibit them.
Thank you, Ms. Katz. I have a second registration from you. Do we have your permission to, you want to delete that? Do we have your permission to delete your second registration? Is that okay?
Of course, yeah, I might have not.
No, you're fine. You're just fine. We'll take care of that for you. Members, questions for the witness?
I have a question.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal.
Chairman, is this working? Can you hear me, Dr. Katz? Okay. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for graciously putting these witnesses first. Professor Katz, can you please help us understand that why it's wrong that the assertion that the Department of Justice made that coalition districts violate the Voting Rights Act? I'd like you to complete that thought, please.
Sure. As I was saying, the Petaway decision says that Section 2's effects test doesn't require these districts, but there's nothing in that decision that suggests that they would that their very existence violates the Voting Rights Act. And as I was saying, is just in closing, somewhat rushed, that there are hundreds of these districts, maybe more nationwide, in which jurisdictions relying on traditional districting principles created electoral districts in which the combined population exceeded 50%, and there's no sense that the VRA prohibits them. If I may, the DOJ letter also says that these coalition districts are unconstitutional, that they run afoul of the 14th Amendment, which is separate from the voting rights claim. And more specifically, the DOJ letter says that these districts constitute unconstitutional racial gerrymanders under the logic and reasoning of Petaway. And this statement is simply incorrect. As noted, the Petaway results test, held that the results test of Section 2 doesn't require jurisdictions to create them, but nothing in its logic and reasoning makes these existence of these districts racial gerrymanders. Racial gerrymanders occur when, among other things, a jurisdiction allows race to predominate over traditional districting principles. And there's no indication here that racial considerations predominated over traditional districting principles, withdrawing of the 4 districts that the DOJ letter targets. And in fact, Attorney General Paxton noted in his July 11th letter to the Justice Department that the chairperson of the Texas Senate Redistricting Committee testified under oath that these districts were in fact drawn in a process that was blind to race, this is a quote, and sought to maximize Republican political advantage balanced against traditional redistricting criteria. Districts drawn this way cannot, by definition, be unconstitutional racial gerrymanders. If it's okay, I'd like to just offer 2 more thoughts on the constitutional claim, if I may.
Yes.
The DOJ letter also spends some time talking about impermissible race-based considerations. And it's perhaps the Justice Department means here that there's a constitutional defect in these districts apart from whether or not they might be characterized as racial gerrymanders. And it appears to be making, or the letter appears to be making, 2 points here. One is its assertion that districts 9, 18, and 29, quote, sort voters along strict racial lines. Again, Attorney General Paxton's letter indicated that race was not considered when these districts were drawn. So as a result, what the DOJ letter is calling racial sorting is instead simply the racial composition of these districts, created in what the state said was a race-neutral process. Districts created this way don't reflect any racial considerations, much less impermissible ones. The second thing that the letter seems to be saying is that District 33 is, quote, another race-based coalition district, apparently because the letter claims the borders districts resemble those imposed from a federal court order a bunch of years ago. And just 2 quick points here. District 33 borders, in fact, are substantially different from prior iterations of the district. And second, it's simply false that race-based considerations in prior iterations of a district render unconstitutional new and different district boundaries drawn for race-neutral reasons. And in fact, back in 2022, the Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit held in a related context that overtly unconstitutional racial discrimination animating a state constitutional provision did not taint or otherwise affect the legality of an amended version of that provision. And if that's correct, the same has to be true for considerations that were wholly lawful when made. So in sum, the DOJ is simply wrong when it states that these 4 districts target, the 4 districts it targets violate the Voting Rights Act or the Constitution. They plainly do not, and quite frankly, it's not a close question at all. I do want to make one final point, and I do promise to be brief, and it is as follows. What would violate both the VRA and the 14th Amendment would be for Texas to do now what this letter urges Texas to do. The DOJ letter is insisting that Texas now inject race-based considerations into what Attorney General Paxton said had been a race-neutral process. The DOJ letter itself repeatedly employs race-based considerations by relying on the racial compositions of these districts as the sole basis to argue that they are unlawful. The letter then calls on the state of Texas to engage in the same race-based considerations and use them as cause to dismantle the, I promise I'm closing, but I'll just add this. The Supreme Court told us already that this approach is misguided. Back in 2009, in a decision called Bartlett versus Strickland, the court held that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act doesn't require jurisdictions to draw so-called crossover districts, differ from coalition districts for reasons that are not relevant here. What's critical here is that it's for present purposes is when the court in Bartlett said that it was holding only that Section 2 doesn't require the creation of crossover districts in the first instance, it went on to emphasize, and again I'm quoting, I think this is crucial, if there were a showing that a state intentionally drew district lines in order to destroy otherwise effective crossover districts, that would raise serious questions under both the 14th and 15th Amendment. The July 7th DOJ letter instructs Texas to do just that. That is to do what Bartlett said would raise serious constitutional questions. The letter targets what it understands to be operational coalition districts, and it calls on Texas to alter their racial composition so as to render them ineffective as coalition districts. Bartlett indicated that destroying an otherwise effective district in this manner is constitutionally suspect. And so I just want to urge that Texas decline what I think is an ill-advised invitation to engage in conduct that at its core amounts to intentional racial discrimination. It should instead leave these districts in place unchanged. That's all I have, but I just want to thank you again for your time and the opportunity to be here today.
Thanks for bringing your expertise here today. I truly appreciate it.
Ms. Wu, for what purpose?
Questions for the witness.
Gentlemen, Mr. Wu, you're recognized for questions.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you caught my attention. Could you, but I was not sure of the exact answer because I was thinking about what you said. But you said the doing the mapping now would be illegal. That's a very strong statement. Can you a statement that strong? Can you elaborate on that and let's be very precise about our language?
Sure. And I intended to be quite precise about that in making that assertion. What the letter is doing is asking Texas to inject, and as I said, in considerations, race-based considerations, into a districting process that your Attorney General has said was race neutral. The letter itself is engaging in repeated race-based considerations by relying on the racial composition of each of these districts as the sole basis to argue that they're unlawful. And then it's asking Texas to now go back to the process that it says was race neutral and think about race and use race to dismantle districts that the Justice Department itself is recognizing to be effective coalition districts. Take them apart. And you can look at the decision in Bartlett. The court has made this point where it's saying, look, whatever Section 2 requires you to draw, the effects-based test requires you to draw, it's a whole different matter if you are, and this, again, I'm just going to pull up the language here from Bartlett, if there were showing that a state intentionally drew lines, the new lines that the Justice Department's asking you to draw now, in order to destroy what are otherwise effective crossover districts. They're talking about crossover. These are coalition districts. It's the same thing for every legal purpose here. That's intentional racial discrimination, or at least it strongly looks like it. Looks at districts based on their racial composition, targets them to be dismantled for that reason. It's a violation of the Voting Rights Act. It's a violation of the 14th Amendment.
So, I want to make sure I fully understand that. So, number one, the maps that we're using right now are maps that the state has specifically stated under oath and stated in public legal opinion that there was no racial consideration in making those maps, therefore making them legal, correct?
And for our purposes here, we should just talk about the 4 districts that the Justice Department letter is targeting. So the state has said we have not used race in any part of this. There's no indication that these 4 districts were drawn using race-based considerations.
And the DOJ letter that sparked this process, what the DOJ letter suggests and the solution that they offer in order to fix it is in itself racial gerrymandering, right?
I'm going to say race-based decision-making. Gerrymandering is a complicated term here.
Like drawing maps based on race.
It's looking at districts, counting people based on race within the district and saying, redraw these because these are effective coalition districts. That's targeting these districts because they provide a venue for effective political participation by minority voters in Texas. They're going after them. That's a race-based decision that the Supreme Court has said, don't do that, or at least, we'd be seriously worried if you were to do that. That's not what we're holding in Bartlett in related context.
So you're saying that the DOJ letter, its intent itself is unconstitutional, like their attempt to, their desire, their end goal of doing this is in itself unconstitutional, and the method by which it wants to do it is also unconstitutional. Is that fair?
I guess I would limit to the latter. Their intent, as I understand it, is to provide a basis for Texas to redistrict at this moment by saying that there's a defect under the Voting Rights Act and under the Constitution for these existing districts. There is no defect. It's simply, for the reasons I already stated,
right.
They don't violate the Voting Rights Act, they don't violate the Constitution, the existing districts. So instead, they're saying, go look at race now and dismantle performing coalition districts, what it understands to be that. And the Supreme Court has told us that that raises serious questions under the Constitution.
Thank you.
Ms. Gervin-Hawkins, for purpose.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the witness a question.
I'm going to yield to you in just a second. I just want to remind everybody you must be registered at the kiosk to testify in person. The deadline to register is coming up at 3:30 p.m. Ms. Gervin-Hawkins, recognize the question witness.
Professor Katz, if indeed we went the DOJ route, would that then open up the floodgates for our state House and Senate seats also?
I think that would depend on if you were to redistrict there as well. To redistrict by targeting districts based on their racial composition in the way this letter does suggest to me that you would be causing problems. I didn't understand that the state and the state House and Senate.
Well, I'm just saying if the DOJ letter was correct,
Mm-hmm.
instead of we know it's illegal and not proper, but if we were to adopt this and establish a record towards this, it potentially can open up the same methodology for our state House and and Senate seats, correct?
I think, if I understand you correctly, yes. I think if the logic that is underlying this letter suggesting you redistrict for these reasons were applied more broadly to other districts in the state, for the State House, the State Senate, I think the same arguments would apply, yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
To ask a question of the.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel, question witness.
All right. I am a lover of history, and I know most people aren't because they find it boring, and I get that. What I guess my one question really is, can you explain what is the reason for districts like these and why they were created in the Voting Rights Act? Because I don't think most people understand why we have districts like these throughout the country.
Sure, I mean, these districts like these, I guess I want to sort of, there's a long history under the Voting Rights Act about aggregating voters in districts when they vote a certain way when a whole bunch of other conditions apply, majority minority districts and other districts of the like. I just want to be clear here that those are not the districts we're talking about right now because of Texas's claim, assertion that the Attorney General has made, that has been made under oath by your elected representatives, that race was not considered in the creation of these districts. So if you want to talk, we can talk about going back to 1982 when Congress amended the Voting Rights Act in response to the Supreme Court's decision in Mobile versus Bolden, recognizing that certain forms of electoral structures, particularly at-large districts, but also single district lines that divide communities where there is a history of discrimination, where there is racial bloc voting, where there's a distinct socioeconomic status, there's a whole literally laundry list of conditions, that the failure to create districts that allow voters to aggregate their votes in a certain way is a form of racial discrimination. And a form of racial discrimination under the Constitution and a form of racial discrimination under the Voting Rights Act as it was amended in 1982. And we could talk for a very long time about the case law that's developed over the years, Thornburg versus Jingles, onward through Bartlett and more recently, for that matter, on the intricacies of that doctrine. But the basic premise of it is the notion that political participation should allow at some level the aggregation of votes of communities, particularly communities that are protected by the statute. I guess I just want to add, though, I think that's actually not the question here, in part because Texas is not saying, has never asserted, and there's no indication that it drew these districts to comply with the Voting Rights Act or for any race-based reason independent of that, but rather wholly race-neutral considerations went into place. And it's now the Justice Department that's coming in and saying dismantle districts that one might even say organically developed as places in which minority voters are exercising, are having a meaningful right to vote in them.
I promise I'm not moving your thing.
Further questions for the witness, Ms. Manuel?
No.
Okay.
I don't know with the mic, but no, she answered my question.
Any further questions for this witness, members? Hearing none, Dr. Katz, thank you for coming to testify today. You're excused. Chair's going to go to our in-person panel. Appreciate you patiently waiting for us. Chair calls Greg Cesar, Congressman.
Kassar.
Was it Kassar? Kassar. I apologize.
Thank you, Chairman. Vice
Let me pull up your registration 1 second.
Yes, sir.
I show you as Greg Kassar, Congressman, Texas 35, here to testify on behalf of yourself on revisions to the Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct,
Please
sir.
give us your testimony, sir.
Chair, Vice Chair, Dean, Speaker, and members of the committee. I'm Greg Kassar. I currently represent Texas's 35th Congressional District, and I'm here to speak to support the hundreds of thousands of Texans that I represent and their voting rights, from urban to rural Texans, conservative, liberal Texans, from Bexar to Comal to Hays to Travis County. Texas's 35th Congressional District was drawn by this body coming after the 2010 census. It was constitutionally mandated to be drawn, and it was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court and the conservative justices on that court as a promise to Latino communities in Central Texas to make sure they had meaningful participation and the ability to elect the representative of their choice under the Voting Rights Act. Whether they chose a Democratic or Republican or independent congressman should be up to them. But to fulfill the Voting Rights Act of 1965, this district was drawn and approved. And what I am here to ask is that we continue to preserve and protect those voting rights that so many people fought and marched and bled for, including Dr. King, where we have a street right behind this Capitol named after him, who in 1965 helped a Texas president sign the Voting Rights Act into law. And I ask each of you to focus on protecting those rights. There's no need to redraw these maps and to violate those rights, and to represent the values of Texas and to represent that critical federal law, and not have somebody tell you from outside of the state, from Mar-a-Lago or from the White House, to violate those basic rights of all Texans. We should be focusing on rebuilding and relief for the people of the Texas Hill Country who have suffered from these floods, not on radical and ridiculous redistricting. Thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you. We'll come back for questions. Chair recognizes or calls on Sylvia Garcia testify. I show you registered as Sylvia Garcia, testifying on behalf of yourself on revisions to the Congressional Redistricting Plan. Congresswoman, thank you for being here today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the Vice Chair, and to Ms. T, and to all the other members. We really should not even be here today. We should be working on legislation to support families in the Hill Country after the devastating flooding, working together to provide resources for the families who lost everything, for new warning systems to prevent future tragedies, and doing what is best for the well-being and safety of all Texans. Instead, we are here today playing political games to appease the felon in the White House in his lust for power. We are pretending that the governor did not approve the very maps he's now insisting to be changed. This political theater will hurt communities in my district, and it's shameful. And we do so with not even a map. Where's the map? This is getting the cart before the horse. We're talking about impact when we haven't seen anything. We know the Republicans in Congress are widely unpopular. We've all seen the polls that show that the vast majority of Americans oppose Trump's big ugly bill. But here we are. So let me tell you just a little bit about District 29, which it's a targeted district on the Justice Department letter, which I'm honored to represent. Our shared values and culture far outnumber our differences. We are a community that values faith, family, hard work, and service. From Lindale to Alding to Pasadena to Galena Park and Jacinto City, we are a community and we stick together. Ripping up the 29th district will silence the voice of these communities, and that will be a travesty. The population growth in Texas has been because of the Latino population. The Voting Rights Act protects districts like the 29th with common interest, priorities, and background. Given this, I urge you to reject this partisan gerrymandering of Texas, reject the map that may come soon from the felon in the White House, and do what Texans want. End this charade and support the families who are grieving, build up our infrastructure, enhance our resiliency, and do what matters. Let's stand up for Texas. With that, I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Chair calls Joaquin Castro. I show you registered as Joaquin Castro, testifying on behalf of yourself on revisions to the Congressional Redistricting Plan. Congressman, thank you for being here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm proud to represent my hometown of San Antonio, Texas, the 20th Congressional District. And I was a freshman in 2003 when, as Democrats, we left the state for Ardmore, Oklahoma to stop mid-decade redistricting more than 20 years ago. It was wrong then, and it's wrong now. And you all are being used. You're being used by the White House and by Donald Trump. You're being used because he doesn't want Democrats to control a majority of the Congress so that there'll be no investigations. There has been no discussion in Congress about the floods that occurred in Kirk County and the loss of so many lives. There has been no discussion on the Epstein files, no discussions on the Iran leaks and all those messages by the Secretary of Defense and others. There literally is no accountability right now in Congress. And the people that are going to pay for this are the folks in black and brown communities in our cities. They're going to have their districts cracked and packed and unblacked because of this effort. That's what's at stake here. Whether you all are going to work for the people of Texas, as we used to do or try to do, or whether you're going to take your commandments from Donald Trump and the White House. I hope that y'all will choose to do the business of the people of Texas, as this body has a history of being independent from the federal government, not a stooge for it. I yield back.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Manuel, for what purpose? No purpose. Mr. Wu, for what purpose? Sorry, this is all on me because we've got this weird tablet up here and it has people's names and I'm pushing buttons. Ms. Garcia, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman give first questions?
Ms. Garcia, you recognize that question of witnesses.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, there we go. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Congressman Castro, and thank you all for being here. We represent Military City, USA.
That's right.
I'm proud to serve as the first and only woman veteran in this legislature. But I would like to know, sir, what implications does this potential redistricting have on Military City, USA? Because I think a lot of times when we're thinking about the lines that are being drawn, we only think about people who were born and raised here and, you know, what neighborhoods they come from. But there's a very true implication for Military City, USA when people from all over the world and all over the United States are converging upon our city for its diversity, for its culture, for its availability to government. Can you express to us what this could possibly do to Military City, USA?
It could quite possibly be very harmful. In the last few rounds of redistricting, for example, Fort Sam Houston was moved from one district to another. The area that used to be Lackland Air Force Base was moved from one area to another, and the port was split up, those neighborhoods there. And as you know, in San Antonio, the military and Joint Base San Antonio is also an economic driver. Besides serving the military, it also serves our community. And those communities in the last rounds of redistricting have not fared well. And any kind of further splitting up of those communities would be harmful to the people of San Antonio.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose? Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to question the witnesses.
Thank you. I guess this question's for all three of y'all. I know that Mr. Congressman Kassar has a district in the current map that runs from the north side of Austin all the way to the south side of San Antonio, which is, at the best of times, about an hour and a half away on the freeway.
Thanks for wishing me luck.
Yeah. But I think, I know we were joking about it, but this is kind of a serious matter in that, you know, our discussions about the only way to do what Donald Trump and the DOJ is suggesting that we do is to make everybody's maps look like that. Could y'all tell us how difficult it's been representing essentially areas that are like 100 miles apart? And what that would do to your communities if, Congresswoman Garcia and Castro, like if your communities were paired with a community that's 100 miles away, that's an hour away, what would that how would that affect your communities?
Representative, thank you so much for your question. It's critical that these maps be drawn and that maps be drawn to have compactness and to keep communities of interest together.
Right.
We've done the very best we can, despite, like I said, representing rural areas, suburban areas, two different major metropolitan areas, to bring people together and have folks know that they can call us. Just like you all, we field thousands of calls from folks that don't have a partisan matter in mind, but just want to make sure they get their back pay from the Army, or they change their address and need to get their Social Security check, or are looking to make sure they get the proper veterans benefits. And all of a sudden, whether you are redrawing the districts for a Democrat or a Republican, if suddenly you are drawing a map that has somebody going hundreds of miles away to another area, that could really complicate things for our constituents. And that's why I echo the urging of my colleague, Congresswoman Garcia, that I think not just the members of Congress, but the people of Texas deserve to see a map and be able to come and testify to you on a map, because they want to be able to contact their member of Congress. Some of these things are make or break for a person and their bank account or their life or their job. And I think many of my Republican colleagues, I'll tell you, have told me privately that they are deeply concerned with a map being drawn without their input, without the input of legislators, without input of their constituents, because you could draw all sorts of crazy maps that ultimately disenfranchise those constituents because they may have no idea which congressional district they're in, because the person across the street has a different member of Congress and the person up the block has a different member of Congress. And I would just really hope that you all recognize your responsibility as legislators, just as we try our best to do, to say you should use your independent judgment on whether the people of Texas are getting adequate representation, or if you're just being handed a ChatGPT map being handed over to you from somewhere else in the country.
If I may, Representative, again, thank you for the question. It really is about communication and casework. It is more difficult when you've got to deal with hundreds of miles to be able to communicate with appropriately and effectively with your constituents to do the casework. You know, people want to see their member of Congress out there at their events, in their communities. You know, I've got four other cities, Galena Park, Jacinto City, part of Pasadena. It's not just Houston. It takes some time to go to all those communities, to go to their events, to their church events or bazaars. And if you had to go from here all the way to San Antonio, that's about the only thing you're going to do one night. So it's about contact, it's about being effective and being there when you're needed. And I know somebody's already thinking in their mind, well, they can do it by Zoom. No, there are many communities who don't have hotspots, they don't have computers, they don't know the first thing about Zoom. Quite frankly, in some school districts, it didn't work for teaching our kids. It ain't gonna work for telling our seniors what's happening to their Social Security or explaining to them why they're one of 17 million Americans who are losing their Medicaid. You know, people wanna know, they wanna see their members, they wanna touch and feel us.
So, and I know,
One second. Try now.
hello?
There you go.
So, I'm sure you didn't watch the Senate's debate on there, talking about the resolution for the redistricting last Friday, but during that debate, you know, the discussion came up that, well, we're only having 3 hearings in the Senate because members, the public will be allowed to testify by Zoom, right? And are you saying that even providing a Zoom option is not really providing an option for a lot of people?
I absolutely. I think when I read that, I was frankly appalled that they would not allow any live testimony hearing in front of someone. I mean, we're Texans. We like to see people eyeball to eyeball and ask them the question. You know, you can't have any empathy for a senior who's losing their Medicare or Social Security because of the big ugly bill. If you're talking by Zoom, I mean, how are they going to feel that you really feel for them? So I think it's just awful. And I strongly urge you all to have committee hearings after a map. I mean, where is the map?
And not
Is
just
it-
have the hearings, but those committees should be held in the communities that are being affected, correct?
Well, I mean, I think it's awful too that you all aren't having it here in the Rio Grande Valley. There's 1.5 million people in that 4 or 5 county region that don't have a hearing. They're gonna have to drive all the way here, if there's anybody here, from the Rio Grande Valley, just to be able to have their say. We should be accommodating and bending over backwards to make sure we give people an opportunity to be heard. This process, like I called it earlier, it's a sham.
And in fact, like, for this initial hearings, we're only having 3 total hearings for a state of 30 million people.
I would urge you all to beef it up a little bit, make it a little more robust. Either do one in every district or one in every quadrant of the state, but just 3. And I know that the districts that are being targeted are urban minority districts. But even at that, you're not going to all those districts. So that doesn't make sense to me. You're not going to Fort Worth, you're going to Arlington. It probably be easier for them to get there, but I'm glad you're doing one in Houston because we've got 3 targeted in Houston. But it's gonna impact all of us because quite frankly, I think this is just a pretext to go in there and just change everything to get those 5 districts that the felon in the White House needs to maintain his power.
Thank you.
Speaker Moody, for what purpose?
Questions of witness.
Gentleman is recognized, question witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congressman Castro, well, actually, I'm glad to have all the members of Congress here that have joined us. I had heard that your speaker gave you early recess for some other reason, but maybe it was.
They won't release the Epstein files.
But maybe it was to make sure that you were able to raise your voices.
Next to the maps.
Maybe. Maybe it was
You have one or the other.
I'm grateful that you have the opportunity to be here because it's important. And just a couple of questions for Congressman Kraft. Well, actually for all 3 of y'all, because we haven't seen maps up here. We continue to hear that they are coming from Washington, D.C. You all just came from Washington, D.C. Have you all seen any proposed maps?
No.
I haven't.
Nothing official.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Congressman Castro, and I appreciate the fact that you've, for your entire career, have represented majority Latino district both in the House and now in the United States Congress. Is that correct?
That's right.
And do you think it would make a difference to folks in your area if they could see a proposed map as to how it would impact or affect them and impact their representation?
No, absolutely. I think people right now, we've gotten calls and emails, people wondering and asking, well, where is the map? Where is it coming from? Who's drawing it? Who's going to represent me? I think, and you all have constituents, people sometimes call you very frantically about different things. You know, we deal with people who are having trouble with the VA, for example, who are desperate to get IRS refunds, who call, 2 days before because they're going out of town and they realize that their passport is expired. Different things that to them are very personal and sometimes frantic matters. And, and so knowing who their member of Congress is and having easy access to that office and that person or their staff is important. And when you change those maps mid-decade, you're going to leave a lot of people, first of all, very confused and disrupted, those communities. And it's very likely, at least from, all we know for sure, right, is that the president wants you guys to draw 5 more Republican seats out of the existing map. And bear in mind, the districts are already very gerrymandered. I realize that the state for about a generation has voted mostly Republican. If you look at the statewide races, there's about somewhere between a 10 and 13 point difference. But right now it's 2-1. So now you're trying to make it 3-1. And that's going to mean that you're cutting up a lot of communities, including Latino communities and African American communities, Asian American communities, and it's going to be incredibly harmful.
Well, and it's what I want to kind of get down to, because obviously we can see the DOJ letter that highlights 4 specific districts. So we can look at those and we can understand, obviously, Representative Garcia, yours is on that list. We can understand the makeup of those. We can try to understand what should or shouldn't happen with those. But what input can your constituents have? Your district's not on that list, but if we're drawing new districts, this body could choose to adjust your district as well.
No, that's absolutely right. I think it's important that it be said that there is going to be a domino effect on the other districts. It's not like you can discreetly go in there and redraw 4 districts or even 5 without having oftentimes a significant impact on the other congressional districts and the communities that are represented by those members of Congress. So there will be a terrible domino effect. And there's no hearing in San Antonio. Thank you all for going to Houston. Thank you for going to North Texas for your hearing today. But y'all, we live in a state of 30 million people. That's bigger than a lot of countries around the world. You should be having really about 10 in-person hearings in a state like Texas. And then the state Senate, I know, is having a bunch of virtual hearings. Let's be honest, most of our constituents, yours and ours, are not even going to know that those hearings are taking place. They're not going to know that there's a Zoom thing or whatever platform it's on where folks can come and I would hate to see this legislature do that and be used in service of one person, really whoever that person is, but we know it's a person in the White House because they're trying to use Texas. And the last thing, Joe, from here, sorry, Representative Moody, that a lot of on our Republican colleagues who have privately said that they weren't for this, some of them, they and their public service will be affected too. If you redo the maps, you also realize that you're putting their public service in jeopardy as well, even though many of them, even though we have deep disagreements on policy, have tried earnestly to represent their constituents. And the White House is saying, we don't care about your service. We don't care which of you comes back to Washington to represent the people or not. Donald Trump wants 5 districts because he doesn't want any investigations or any accountability, including on the flooding in Texas, and that's why we're doing this.
And would it be your position that if at some point during this process a bill comes forward, a piece of legislation comes forward, that does impact your district or Representative Cassar's district or Representative Garcia's district, that it would be important for the members of the public in those impacted regions to have the ability to comment on something they can see?
Yeah, absolutely. They need to be able to comment and give input on a live map once you have a live map.
And
we know what it looks like.
And I'll ask a simple question. Why? Why is it important for them to be
These are
able
the
to do
people we represent. These are the communities that we represent. They're supposed to have public input, just like when we file legislation and somebody comes here and presents their bill and you know that there's members of the public that are waiting to speak on that bill, on something they can see and deal with. That's how it should be here as well.
that? Thank you all so much.
Members, any other questions? Chair bears Mr. Turner. Question of witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief question to the members of Congress. Thank you all for being here. As you've heard in this hearing already and probably knew before this hearing, apparently the only reason we are here is because the Department of Justice sent this letter to the governor earlier this month saying that 4 congressional districts, District 9, 18, 29, and 33, currently constitute unconstitutional coalition districts, and urge the state of Texas to rectify, and they go on to say that they're unconstitutional. I think between the three of you, I'm guesstimating, but I think you've got about 2.5 decades of experience in the Congress between the three of you across Democratic and Republican administrations. In your dealings with the Department of Justice over all those years, across different administrations, have you ever heard the Department of Justice ever say that a district that is majority minority, functioning as a coalition district, has to be intentionally identified and dismantled in order to comply with the Constitution? Has anyone ever heard that until this DOJ letter earlier this month?
I've never seen anything like it. In fact, when I first, if I could say this, I mean, as a lawyer and former judge, when I first saw the letter, I thought they must have asked the somebody up front, the front desk to write it. It's not even crafted in a lawyerly, scholarly manner. But I think it was somebody who was just told, write something to get the governor to do this, and they just typed something away. I've absolutely never seen anything like it before.
Thank you.
No, I've never heard anything from Democratic or Republican Department of Justice to this effect. And to Speaker Moody's point, I think there would be grave concern if the map that eventually comes forward targets other parts of the state as well, as we are hearing it very well might. And to Congressman Castro's point, by changing 2, 3, 4, or 5 districts that are majority people of color, in fact, you likely are drastically changing the districts around them. And so, the requirements, as I understand them for redistricting, is to have real hearings, not to have show hearings and then go do something completely different that the public is never allowed to comment on, including the public that votes for and supports their conservative or Republican members of Congress who may have their maps radically changed. And so The Department of Justice letter, in my view, is unprecedented, and what I am hearing rumblings of is that whatever map gets handed down from the White House may target many districts, Democratic and Republican, that go far outside the scope of even that unprecedented letter.
Okay, thank you. Congressman Castro, have you ever seen anything like that?
I never have. This is my 23rd year of public service. Like I said, I went through the 2003 round of redistricting, sitting where you all are sitting, and now on my 13th year in Congress. And I think that the argument they're making is a perversion of the Voting Rights Act and who it was meant to protect. And that's what they're trying to get away with. They're trying to use you all to achieve that.
Thank you. Well, I just would
Representative,
reemphasize.
if I could add something.
Sure.
You know, my fear is that the short-term game is getting the 5 seats to retain the gavel of the House and get the agenda done. I mean, that's the power grab. But I think the long-term game is to repeal the Voting Rights Act, which could be devastating, not just to Texas, but so many other parts of the country where we rely on the Voting Rights Act to make sure that we ensure, one person, one vote, fairness and representation for all, and the whole concept of our democracy of we the people, represented by people we elect, not decided by some politician, a felon in the White House who just wants to have power. So I think this is more than just us. It's more than just Texas. I think this is about the future of electing folks. If we're going to be doing this every 5 years, that is really disruptive at all levels of government. And I think that the representative is correct. If you do it in the Congress, then naturally you're going to have to go and look at the Senate districts, the House districts, even school boards. It could have very potential devastating effects.
And also a domino effect across the country. If Texas does redistricting, it's likely that it's going to set off a domino with other states, whether it's California, New York, or others, that also start their own redistricting processes.
Thank you.
Members of the public, it's 3:41 p.m. Chair previously advised that the kiosk registration would close at 3:30. Is there anyone else wishing to register to testify on revisions to the Congressional Redistricting Plan? Chair hears none. The chair will close registration at this time. Any member of the committee have any other questions for this panel of witnesses? Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia to question witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bear with us one second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congressman Kassar, my question is for you. Can you kind of describe to us, because like we've mentioned, a lot of our constituents, especially where these areas are going to be redrawn, are rural. They don't have access to social media or Zoom. Can you kind of describe what the fiscal implications will be on our communities as we look at federal aid, benefits, even taxes? Can you kind of describe to us what that means? Because although I know we're talking about maps and lines and maps and lines, a lot of our folks, especially in my community, don't really know what that means. So if we could kind of tell them nickel and dime what it means to their pockets for this redistricting to happen in the way that it is.
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative. I mean, for the everyday person, and this is across party lines, members of Congress oftentimes deliver millions of dollars back to their individual constituents in IRS tax refunds, in making sure that their full disability is counted when they are dealing with their veterans issues. And they develop a relationship with their member of Congress. The idea that suddenly you are no longer calling this congressman or that congressman for ongoing work simply because somebody in the White House is just demanding that Texas make changes for him could be really disruptive to an everyday person, regardless of whether they're calling a Democratic or Republican member of Congress. And then furthermore, many of us as members of Congress are regularly working on infrastructure projects, for example, through the Army Corps of Engineers or through FEMA. Here in Travis County, in the southeast part of the county, we have very significant flooding that, of course, has taken lives and property, but then also could take out critical infrastructure. For example, our power plants that are concentrated in southeast Travis County. We work with the federal government to eventually do that kind of work. If there is not sufficient time for testimony and for looking at these maps, You could cause all sorts of havoc because a new member of Congress, be they Republican or Democratic now, doesn't even know about that ongoing flooding issue or that infrastructure threat. So for the everyday person, this could seriously disrupt the federal services, be they constituent services or infrastructure, that every member of Congress, regardless of party and regardless of what you see on cable news, are working on. This could get screwed up for you, and I think it's something that nobody on this panel, from what I heard in the opening, is actually interested in doing. And when I go talk to my Republican colleagues in Congress, they say they're not interested in it either because they know it could screw that up too. So I'm having trouble finding a single person in the state of Texas that actually wants any of this to happen. And if this body moves forward with this, when there obviously is so much other important work to do, especially as it relates to flooding, you could be spending a bunch of time up here screwing something up on behalf of somebody that we don't even represent, and messing up the lives of everyday people in rural parts of this state, suburban parts of this state, Republican and Democratic parts of the state. Somebody that politics is not even their thing. They might be living next to that gas plant that could get flooded with sewage where we're working on a project and it just gets dropped because you draw a line right through there and y'all don't know it. And we don't even know it because you're given a map last minute after the hearings and just ram it through. That could really impact the lives of Texans, and you just don't have to do it.
And one more thing, applications that are in the process. Let's talk about SSI, SSDI, disabilities, immigration.
And let me just say, what happens when those lines change is that we're supposed to service our constituents. So if they get a new member of Congress, you have to transfer those cases over based on where they live. So it becomes incredibly disruptive to folks because they've been working. Some of these, if you've dealt with a Social Security case, sometimes they go on for years, the appeals. And so people are calling our office every few months trying to find out about the status of their case. And it's going to be incredibly disruptive. And then also, Representative Garcia, I just want to say that I think it's also telling that there are no Republican members of Congress here today to testify in support of this effort. Unless I'm wrong, perhaps there's some that are coming later. But otherwise, there's not a single Republican member of Congress who is here today from Texas to say this is a good thing and we should do it. Maybe they'll be on the virtual hearings that you have in different states, the Senate or you guys. Otherwise, I think that's very strange that none of them are saying that they'd like to do this.
Members of the committee, any other questions? Not, I've had requests from two on the dais, and the chair will recognize Representative Raymond on the dais with us as well. Chair recognizes Ms. Jones to question witnesses.
A question for each of you. Very simple. Are you asking this committee to keep the lines the same?
To keep it simple, yes.
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 Second question. Are you asking this committee that when there is a map, that there be hearings around the state so that the public can testify to the specific effects of those maps on them? In other words, so they have due process in the conversation about redistricting?
Yes, robust hearings. 3 is good for New Jersey, but it ain't Texas.
I say it around the state, so I agree. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I think it's essential.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Perez is recognized by the chair to question witnesses.
Is that on? Great.
Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate the opportunity for allowing us to participate, even though we're not part of the committee. As was mentioned by the witnesses, I want to talk a little bit about, I guess, the current gerrymandering and the current makeup. Something that I have expressed my concern is that the current districts are incredibly segregated and that these are the most racially segregated maps that Texas has seen since the Civil War. To put it in context, Hispanics, Blacks, and Asians make up 60% of Texas's population. But when you look at the 25 Republican colleagues that you all have, 90% of them are elected by an Anglo-majority electorate. And I think that speaks to the segregation that currently exists. So my question is, Congresswoman Garcia, since your district was specifically in the letter, the only way that the President Trump can achieve his objective by saying that he wants to convert your district to a Republican district is by shifting out 200,000 Black and Latino constituents and spreading them out amongst, one of them would be District 36 to your east, District 7 to your southeast. One, what is that going to do to your constituency in terms of community cohesion? I'm hoping you can talk about the communities that would be broken up in this effort, and how that would affect their representation being in a segregated district where they don't have the opportunity to make a difference in that district when come election time.
We really don't have time to fully answer that question. I'll try to make it brief. You know, as crazy as it sounds, I actually saw a map that someone said, well, this is what they could do. And it obviously doesn't come from the felon in the White House. This is somebody's idea. They actually had my district going all the way to Orange, Texas. And Orange, Texas has got probably very little community of interest with the north side of Houston where I live, which is predominantly Latino. But the only thing we do with Orange is wear orange on Go Astros days. That's probably about the only affinity we might have. But you're absolutely right. They're really going to have to stretch it out there. It's like they're going to blow a bubble and then just see how the bubble is shaped. But it's going to tear us apart, and it's going to leave a lot of people without representation. It's even as something as simple as being able to find someone who can speak your own language. When we get Spanish-speaking callers, we get Spanish-speaking callers sometimes from all over the country because they see me on TV speaking Spanish about an issue, and the calls start coming the next day. Or there'll be calls. I've had calls from other members, especially from West Texas, that they'll tell them, we'll call Garcia in Houston. But all we can do is take the call because by law, we cannot spend resources, personnel, or any type of funding outside our districts. So it's going to tear people apart. They're going to have less representation, and their casework is just not going to happen, especially if there's language barriers involved also. So thank you for the question.
Members, any other questions to this panel? Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to question witnesses.
Chairman, thank you very, very much for allowing me to, I don't want to question the witnesses. I wanted to ask a couple of questions of the chair if I could, just to clarify. Would that be okay?
Chair, you have questions?
Thank you. As I understand it, and we've established before the hearing, but I think reestablished during the hearing, I'm looking at the letter from the Justice Department, and it says, as stated below, congressional districts TX of 9, 18, 29, and 33 currently constitute unconstitutional, quote, coalition districts, and we urge the state of Texas to rectify these race-based considerations from these specific districts. And so, this was sent to the governor. It moved the governor to put on the call that we needed to have a session that included, a special session that included responding to the Justice Department's request. Is that the way you see it as well? I think you said you see it that way, so I'll say you see it that way.
As the chair stated earlier, you'd have to ask the Department of Justice what they mean with this letter.
The letter pretty specifically says, I mean, you can read the second sentence in the first paragraph. So that's what it says, and it specifically says that these four districts, 9, 18, 29, and 33, currently constitute unconstitutional coalition districts. So the question I have for you, Chairman, is then you as chairman, presumably, laid out put together the notice of public hearing. Is that right? You put it?
That is correct.
Okay. In it, and the reason I ask is because you cover the congressional district in which I live, which is District 28. And so you say in the notice, this hearing will focus on counties of the state lying wholly or partly within congressional districts 10. I'll start with this, 10. So is it the chair's position that 10 is also one of the districts in addition to the 4 that the Justice Department references? You're adding District 10 to that, is that right?
The chair noticed the hearings based off of since there were going to be 3 initial hearings on any revisions to the plan, which was in response to the governor's proclamation, I divided the state up into 3. That is the sole reason why today's hearing, as is customary every time that we've done redistricting, to my knowledge, we have these types of hearings, they sometimes refer to them colloquially as field hearings or informational gathering hearings. And there has to be some type of division of focus to encourage us to focus on something. And so I split the state up into three. The decision was made based off of the districts that were the closest to Austin, which is where we were going to be today. That's how that list came up for today's hearing. But as the notice indicates, any member of the public is free to testify on any district they wish.
But Chairman, you did not list every single congressional district in the state. You very specifically, in your notice to the public, you said you would focus on districts 10, 11, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 23, 27, 28, which is where I live, 31, 34, and 35, and 37. You did not list all of them. You did
I
not.
listed every single district when you add all three of the hearing notices up together. And there's a bold statement in the notice that says, but the committee will take testimony about any region of the state.
So my question to you then, and you can say, no, you don't believe that 10, 11, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 23, 27, 28, 31, et cetera, you don't believe that they currently constitute unconstitutional coalition districts. Is that the chair's position? Or do you think that they do?
I think you need to ask the Department of Justice
I'm
what they
asking you
think
'cause you
about
listed them
any
in the-
particular
but you-
districts.
but the-
My position is, and always has been, that any map that I have voted on as a member complies with the Voting Rights Act.
Correct, but the reason that we have this hearing is directly because of this letter from the Justice Department, and they specifically point out Texas 9, 18, 29, and 33. They do not point out 10, 11, 15, and certainly don't put 28. So I'm asking you, why would you have put those specific numbers? And by the way, it's my
Because the
understanding you're
chair
not-
did not set this schedule based off of the letter from the Department of Justice, but from the governor's proclamation, which is not limited to particular districts.
But the governor has said, he has said many times by now that this letter, this request by the Justice Department is the reason that he has put it on the agenda. And because he has put it on the agenda, you are having a hearing today. You've said that.
I have said that it is customary for the legislature, when the governor places an item on the call, to take up that item. And
And the
so that item that was listed was revisions to the Congressional Redistricting Plan. I then set up these pre-hearings, these field hearings, we'll just call them field hearings, based on the prior precedent, which has always been followed by the Redistricting Committee, is to canvass every area of the state with hearings focused on particular regions. I then divided the state in three, aligning the regions closest to where the hearings were taking place.
Chairman, I believe we're going to be taking up disaster because of the disaster on July the 4th. Would you agree with that?
Whether or not, certainly a committee, a select committee has been appointed
Right.
to take up the disaster items, and they've held a hearing already, and they will hold another.
Would you agree that they're doing it because of the recent disaster?
I would say that would probably be
Yes.
obvious, but I would say
Yes.
this.
And so, Chairman, with all
Let's
respect.
keep the questions limited to the
Okay.
business before the committee.
But that was an example that, just like the reason that we're taking up disaster is because of July 4th, because of that storm, the reason we are taking this up, the governor has said it, and I just want to establish, the governor has said that he is taking it up. He's asking us to take it up because of this letter from the Justice Department. And my question, and I'll move on, but in this letter, which necessitated the governor, I guess, putting it on the agenda, necessitated you having this hearing, was because of these four districts, which the Justice Department says are unconstitutional coalition districts. And what bothers me, I have to tell you, because it includes my district, my area, is that then you expand that to all these other districts. You specifically put them in the announcement, Chairman. Now, if you don't want to answer it, that's okay. But you either believe or you don't believe that the districts that you have added to the agenda, because you specifically pointed them out here, including mine, 28. You either believe that they are also, like the Justice Department believes, unconstitutional coalition districts, or you don't want to answer it. I'm just curious.
I would reject the gentleman's hypothetical. I think that the chair has succinctly answered already why the list is the way it is. It was chosen because the governor's call asked for revised congressional district plan. I then followed the practice of every redistricting that I'm aware of, which is to have hearings that go around the entire state in the sense of covering all the regions. We had 3 hearings. We divided the state in 3. Ipso facto, the list.
Chairman,
And yes, the chair will acknowledge the number distinction, but as the chair has already stated, I did not set these hearings based off of that July 7th letter.
well, Chairman,
And so that, I've answered your question.
Chairman, you know I love you. You've helped me on the floor. I appreciate you, brother. But when you put my district, 28, along with all these others, on your announcement here, it seems to me you're indicating that you believe it's an unconstitutional district.
That is,
It's not a
the chair's
hypothetical.
position is that every map he's ever voted on complies with the Voting Rights Act. And
So in
the
other
gentleman
words, you
should
believe-
not construe anything the chairman believes to indicate that he believes any particular district that's currently drawn or previously drawn violates the Voting Rights Act.
Thank you. You've answered it. You said that all these districts, 10, 11, 15, 16, you believe are constitutional. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, panelists, for being here today. We appreciate your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chair's intention at this time is to go back to virtual testimony. I want to try to keep it balanced between the two. As the chair previously indicated, there were 3 other individuals we were going to reach on virtual testimony. I'm going to call them now at this time, one at a time, so please be ready. The chair calls Ali Flores. All right, we can see if you'll unmute yourself, and then we're going to pull up your witness registration here momentarily. We can see you. Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
And we can hear you. Thank you very much. I'll show you registered as, pull that up real quick. Perfect. Thank you. I'll show you registered to testify as Ali Flores on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
Yes. Hello, my name is Ali Flores, and I'm a student at UT Austin. I was on the ground in 2024 helping drive what became the highest student voter turnout our university had ever seen. We made it clear that students want serious attention to the issues affecting our generation, and that's been reflected by Congressman Lloyd Doggett, who's consistently shown up, listened, and represented our district with integrity. Yet, here we are facing a redistricting effort in the middle of a decade with no new census and no clear justification. If this moves forward, it could completely reshape the district I live in, organize in, and vote in, breaking apart a community I felt finally represented me. What message does it send to young voters when the moment we show up in force, the goalposts are moved and our districts are redrawn? We finally get involved, and now it seems that the rules are being changed because we made our voices count. Not long ago, you could walk from one side of UT's 40 acres to the other, crossing several congressional districts in the process. Additionally, primary elections are already confusing and underpublicized, especially for new voters. If this redistricting effort moves forward, students could be shuffled into new districts with different representatives right before a competitive primary. That kind of sudden change doesn't just cause confusion, it makes participation harder in a system that already isn't built for young people. We're balancing classes, jobs, financial aid deadlines, and now we're expected to keep up with last-minute shifts and political lines too. Members of the committee, this decision matters not just for Austin, but for students and young voters across the state who are finally engaging with the political process in meaningful ways. Redrawing districts mid-decade risks undoing that progress and discouraging participation at the exact moment it's growing. I'm asking you to reject this redistricting push, keep our UT Austin community whole, and protect the broader principle of equal representation over partisan advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores, for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witness? Chair has none. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Chair calls Eric Jacobson. All right, Mr. Jacobson, we're getting you into the Zoom here. We can see you. Make sure that we unmute you. Okay, you're going to receive a little blue box. There we go. Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Let me go. I'm going to pull up your witness affirmation form momentarily. Appreciate you hanging with us through this process. I'll show you registered to testify as Eric Jacobson on behalf of yourself on revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is.
Please give us your testimony.
I'd like to thank everyone for holding this hearing and for allowing me to speak. I'd also like to express my thanks and agreement with many of the things that our congressional panel and Dr. Katz spoke of earlier. I hope that if you all have any detailed legal technical questions for me, you would refer those to Dr. Katz and not me. I have been a voter in Texas for the better part, it's a little over the last quarter century, and that's really the only expertise that I bring here. I think the reasons for redistricting are plain and simple in normal circumstances. It's because populations have changed, demographics have changed to the extent that they might necessitate consideration of the Voting Rights Act criteria. And, you know, frankly, I do think that Texas needs to work on the compactness of their districts. There's no reason why someone 500 miles away should be in the same district as somebody in a state with the population that we have. I think Texas has always been known as relatively independent. It's often advocating for local government, states' rights, and so on the basis that people in a particular region, in a particular community, know what they need. They know how to ask for what they need. They can group together and build consensus around what they need. I just have trouble seeing how that's possible when someone's in a district that starts in Blanco and ends in El Paso, for example.
Please complete your testimony.
Okay. I also think, though, that this is not the right time to redistrict. There's no basis for it from what I've heard and read. And I would just urge that in the future, redistricting plans be based on those criteria and the law.
Thank you very much.
rather than-
Members, any questions for this witness? Thank you for your time, sir. Witness is excused. Before the chair calls the next witness, the next in-person panel is going to be the following four people. When I call your name, please come in and come sit at the front. Gary Bledsoe, Gabriel Rosales, Alicia Perez Hodge, and Dr. Angela Valenzuela. If you're one of those four, please make your way into the committee room, sit here at the front. Chair calls Robin Peoples. We don't show Ms. Peoples in the waiting room on Zoom, so at this time we will show Ms. Oh,
Sorry, Ms. Peoples is actually.
I ended up making it here, and I'm on the queue for in-person later, so I just didn't figure out.
well, let's go ahead and take you now. Congratulations. Job opportunity. I appreciate you accommodating us. It's just a little easier to handle it that way. You'll come right up there at the front. Now, I'll show you registered. We're going to have two registrations. I'm going to read the first one. I'll show you registered as Robin Peoples, testifying on behalf of yourself
Yes.
on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I show that you have a duplicate registration. I believe you had it for virtual. Is it okay if we remove that registration?
Please.
Thank you very much. Please give us your testimony.
Okay, well, I think I'll keep it really quick because I'm just a regular person, and I don't have a lot of expertise to add here. I'm speaking as a constituent of Texas 31, and I'm a software designer and developer, and I'm a voter. And I echo everything that the congressional witnesses said earlier. Sorry? Oh. And I am dismayed that the legislative session is not focused on, first and foremost, flood relief and infrastructure for preventing devastation and loss of life in the future. And instead, we're here giving neutral feedback about how blatantly political and clearly unconstitutional the attempt to redraw our congressional districts in the middle of the decade is. It's clear that it will have racist impacts on Black and brown communities across Texas. The redistricting process is critical and deserves the time and attention that other witnesses have specified about the number of hearings, the number of opportunity for impact and input, and it should not be like shoved through so quickly at a time when we're dealing with disaster in the state. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witness? Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal, the question witness.
And thank you, Ms. Peoples, for taking the time to make your way to this Capitol building and run this maze and show up in this environment. You started your remarks by saying you're just a normal citizen.
Yeah.
I think you're the most important person we need to listen to, the citizens that walk into this room.
I agree.
And as a citizen, as one of our constituents here, you feel like we should be prioritizing flood relief, the
Yes,
people
and
of
not
Texas.
me, but the thousands of people that care about this, if not millions.
I agree with you, and I hear that a lot, and I cannot thank you enough for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia to question witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll take it.
Premonition.
We
Ms.
can vote later.
Peoples, again, my comment was based on yours as well. I want to share with you that 3 years ago when I came here, I was just an Air Force dental assistant and just a mom and just a combat veteran. And now I'm a state representative, and that was 3 years ago where I came and testified just like you. So I humbly thank you, and you are one of the most important people in this room because it's people like you who take time out of your life who care enough to help us get elected and to be here. So thank you so much for that. My deepest condolences to anybody who's been impacted by what we can only describe as a biblical tragedy in the Hill Country. I have the honor of leading a search and rescue team that's out there helping, and as a member of this committee, it is an honor to be here, but please understand that our hearts are with you. As a lot of us here in this legislature, although we stand as state reps, many of us are also behind the scenes helping the devastation and impact. And so we do agree that there are more things that we need to be focused on right now. However, we're still here to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and doing right by Texans. So thank you so much for that.
Members, any other questions for the witness? Thank you, Ms. Peoples, for being here today. We appreciate you, and you're excused. All right. Chair calls Gary Bledsoe.
Chairman, I have some written copies. Should I hand them over to the
You certainly
clerk
may.
now?
Please hand them to the clerk right over here. Ms. Bledsoe, I have you registered as Gary Bledsoe on behalf of the Texas NAACP and yourself testifying on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Please give us your testimony.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, members of the legislature. This highly unusual mid-decade redistricting, like everyone before it, reminds me of the long, unbroken history of efforts to silence and diminish the political power of Black Texans. We need to remember that this is not just about political parties. It is about the systematic efforts to restrict the influence of people of color in this state. At this nation's founding, the Constitution enshrined the 3/5 compromise. Counting Black people as only 3/5 of a human being for the purpose of legislative representation. But while our bodies were counted to inflate the power of slaveholding states such as Texas, we had no vote, no real voice, and absolutely no ability to shape who represented us, even at that subhuman level. That compromise dehumanized my ancestors, turning them into tools to strengthen the political interests of those who would keep them in chains, and set the foundation for centuries of racially discriminatory laws and practices. With this mid-decade redistricting, Texas is moving back to that era and that system. The DOJ letter to Governor Abbott specifically targets 3 of the 4 districts where African American voters are able to elect their candidate of choice directly, and 1 Latino district where Latinos are able to elect their candidate of choice directly. Importantly, the 4th African American district has been possibly added for the hearing in Arlington next week, so it seems as though they are trying to wipe the slate clean and reinstate the 3/5 compromise. The 9th, 18th, and 30th are not just any districts. These are opportunity seats protected under the law, as confirmed by both the DC Circuit and panels right here in Texas, as well as being admitted to by the state of Texas, even in the current litigation that is now pending. The
Thank you
29th
for your testimony. We may come back for questions of the panel right at the end. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
And we
thank
have
you.
received your submission. Appreciate it. Chair at this time is, let me go ahead and note, when we get to the next group, it's going to be virtual testimony. So if the following could be ready for the next virtual panel. Carol Tiedelman, Heidi Bray, Frederick Wood, and Connor Rice. Chair calls Gabriel Rosales. I show you registered as Gabriel Rosales.
Yes, I'm the state director for the League of United Latin American Citizens. I represent over 21 different districts here in the state of Texas.
And you're here to testify on behalf of yourself and Texas State LULAC
Texas
on
State.
Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that
Yes.
correct? Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. The Latino community has contributed to the majority of the population growth from the beginning. This is historic. I was actually a plaintiff on the redistricting lawsuits many years ago. So every 10 years we go through this, and they continue to dilute our community. So what we know is that the history of Texas is to dilute the vote. So even the current maps, we can argue, right, have diluted the vote of the Latino community for years. It has been our fight since the beginning of the conception of LULAC to fight for representation, at the local level, at the state, and at the federal. And what you're doing is completely unacceptable. We have a tremendous amount of community. We make up a large percentage of the population growth, and it just cannot continue in this direction. Our people have contributed to the success of this economy, and we continue to be successful academically within your institution, undocumented or otherwise. I'm very proud of our community for being as resilient as we have been. But we deserve representation. We deserve to have a larger representation that reflects our community. And the maps, I don't know, you keep saying there's maps, there's not maps. The maps that I think that we're looking at are definitely want to send an all-white delegation to Congress. Definitely want to help out the felon in the White House, as Ms. Garcia said so eloquently earlier. We're going to continue to want to be that. I think the Mexican-American community, the Latino community, have served this country as veterans, have served this country on the school boards, and have served this country honorably. And we continue to serve this country. And so it is your responsibility to allow for diversity to be a part of the representation that we have going to Congress. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Angela Valenzuela.
Yes, thank you.
I show you registered as Angela Valenzuela, testifying on behalf of LULAC. Is that correct?
That is
And that's
correct.
on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let me give.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony. Please give it.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we're all learning a lot today. This is very complicated work. It should be done with real thought and real care and democratic deliberation. The very process itself feels like a railroad that's coming down the track, and that's a terrible feeling because so many lives are at stake. And also doing this deflects from other things that we should really be focusing on as a state exclusively, so that we're protected as citizens. This flood that happened should be front and center, and this just feels like just a significant weapon of mass distraction. I mean, I think that it makes a lot of sense for us to be represented as Black and brown people equitably in the state, because we do contribute. We have a voice. We're professors. We're scholars. We're researchers. We're also, just rank and file folks that need to be represented. They need to go to someone in Congress and feel that, as we heard earlier, that they have a relationship with them and that they can count on them. And that's what's being jeopardized. This is a very reckless process. I feel very, very uncomfortable about the whole thing. I mean, I think you heard that you're being played. I never like being played. If there's anything I don't like in my life, is being played. And y'all are being played big time. Yeah, and so, have some self-respect here. That's what I would say, have some self-respect.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Alicia Perez-Hodge. If you'll please come up to the front here, ma'am. And while you're coming to be seated, I'm going to come back to you. Mr. Rosales, actually, I had you registered only testifying on behalf of Texas State LULAC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for correcting the record. Ms. Perez-Hodge, I show you registered as Alicia Perez-Hodge, testifying on behalf of LULAC.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And that's on revised Congressional Redistricting Plan.
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Yes, sir. I am originally from Corpus Christi. I knew Todd Hunter when he had a full hair, beautiful blonde hair. Texas LULAC strongly asserts that fair representation is not up for debate. It's required by federal law, the U.S. Constitution, the Voting Rights Act. Voting Rights Act championed by a great Texan named Lyndon Baines Johnson. Please do not forget that great legacy of a man who lived among us, Mexican Americans, who lived among blacks, and remembered that they needed democracy as much as people with blonde and blue eye. And he stood up against the Dixiecrats. Please don't forget that as Texans, that we do not bend the knee to anyone in Washington. And Lyndon made sure that that never happened. So I please ask you to remember that. This includes a safeguarding of Latino majority districts, such as Congressional District 29, from being dismantled under false pretenses. Any attempts to redraw such districts as part of a partisan scheme must be rejected. Our communities will not be erased or sidelined. We demand maps that respect our numbers, our rights, and our rightful role in Texas' future. Texas LULAC demands redistricting plans honor the explosive growth of Latino populations by increasing, not diminishing, our political voice. The Voting Rights Act requires equal opportunity to elect candidates of our choice, yet Texas lawmakers have long history of suppressing Latino voting strength. During the last redistricting cycles, maps were drawn that increased the number of majority white districts, ignoring the very communities that had driven the population surge. This cannot continue. Any map that reduces Latino representation is not only unjust, it's illegal and must be challenged. And Todd, don't forget, darling, you grew up among us, so please don't forget us.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm trying to envision Chairman Hunter with all the blonde hair.
Beautiful blonde hair.
Members.
I remember.
Members, questions for the panel. Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to question the panel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Bledsoe, you know, you've been around a long time with the NAACP, working very closely in that arena. You know,
Madam
one
Chair.
thing I think is so important, and could you just concisely share with this body the importance of not creating racial divide?
Well, Madam Chair, that is such an incredible point, question, because what's occurring in our country, and particularly in our state, we see a rise of hate crimes and antagonism between our students. This morning, we had a news conference with K through 12 and college students talking about this being part of adding to the divide. You see the N-word being directed towards students in K through 12 and school districts doing nothing about it to respond to that. You see students down at Texas State talking about the concerns that they have and the disrespect they're receiving on campus and how the campus is not responding. You know, ironically, I'd met with the students and the Department of Justice to try to address some issues there, but then they fired the department individuals who were handling it 3 weeks after we met with them. So you understand it's a real problem, and what this says is that you don't matter. You have no rights, because if right now, as we sit here now, the current map, Madam Chair, as 73% of the seats in Congress are controlled by white voters, 73%. If this proposal goes through, if you just move the 4 districts that are in the letter, that means 84% would be controlled by white voters. And if you add 5, as the president has indicated, that would mean 87%. So whites are 40% of the population, already controlled 73% of the seats. And we're talking about moving it to 84, 87%. That, if that doesn't tell brown people and black people that they don't matter, that really kind of does. And so you just have to look at the numbers and see what that means if we go through with what we're doing.
So Attorney Bledsoe, you can agree and tell this committee that creating a racial divide hurts us, weakens us as Texans.
There's no question about that, because people are empowered. We look at South Lake, we look at Lubbock, we look at Slayton, we look at Grand Prairie. We look even here in Austin, where we've had incidents like that, where people don't matter anymore. The rise of hate is really and truly there.
So as leaders, you would agree that we should be the example and stand up to this and say we want fairness and accessibility to everyone. We as leaders should be the example to not only just Texans, but the greater America. Would you agree with that?
I would 100% agree with that, and I think that dovetails into what Dr. Valenzuela said earlier, because what's happening is people are coming into our house telling us to have division in our house, and they're telling you how to run your house and making people angry and hate each other down here when they're somewhere else dealing with their issues and their people running the show. So it's gosh awful wrong, Madam Chair. I think you really hit the nail on the head.
And would you agree that by the White House stepping its arms in our community, dividing our community, and then he goes off into the sunset while we're fighting each other and have created a divide that could be unrepairable? Would you agree with that?
That's absolutely true. He doesn't have to deal with it. He doesn't have to see it. And all those people are going to be crying and they're going to be upset. And I think the acrimony, you know, one of the reasons that we've done in this country is we've tried to bring everybody in. Our country has become an example around the world of how our country should be run, but now that's being torn down. And so one of the reasons why that's done, all the experts will tell you, is so that all people buy into the government that you have, right? And so we want people to be supportive of the government. We don't want people to be antagonistic towards the government and potentially disruptive towards that government. And that buy-in will be lost because you're telling us we have no role. We don't have a vote. We don't have representation. So that means we're outsiders, and that can mean some very dangerous things.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Manuel, for a purpose.
To ask a few questions of Ms. Angela, please.
Gentlemen, recognize question witnesses.
It's Doctor. Ms. Venezuela, thank you so much. I'm really asking this because I love your passion on this, and we both said the same word, apartheid. What I want to know is, has there ever, and I know I'm going to ask some questions that might seem a little asinine, but I promise that's not the point of it. Has there ever been a time in just this state that Latinos or Hispanics have been represented by someone who was white and they did not have an option to be able to represent themselves?
Who was right?
Who was white?
Oh. Who was white and didn't have an opportunity.
Like it was a majority Hispanic district, and somehow you weren't represented by someone who looked like you, who spoke like you, who was from the community. Because I know at one point in time for black people, we could only be represented by someone who was white. And so I know how.
I think maybe Gary can answer.
Well, no,
that.
I'm really more asking it from the point of view where you were saying from LULAC and you're saying people being played, because I'm trying to see is what is it that from the Latino experience, the Hispanic experience of what it feels like to not have your voice heard in a room when you're talking. If someone else wants to answer it, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're talking about like sort of, layers and systems of oppression,
Right.
And so, one layer is that you're present, but you're not even heard, right? You testify and it just evaporates into the wind, right? It's dismissiveness is a very common word, and it feels like a lack of respect. We're not being treated respectfully. Those are the words that come up a lot in the community. Respect, dignity, a right to a life of dignity. It's at that level of social relationships, how we talk to each other and work together. And it's a complicated state because of a very deep history of racial discrimination against Latinos. And if I can be frank here, I want to mention the black-white binary. It's killing us. I mean, because it's like, there's more to this country than black. I'm a professor in the area of race and ethnicity at UT Austin. And that's an issue that means that oftentimes people understand race as black and white, when a more textured analysis is that race is a social construct and historical.
Right, it's all culture.
Well, it's historical, right? And so even if you're not technically a race, which is itself inaccurate, there's only ultimately one race, the human race, right? But these are words that come in with slavery, right? With the consolidation of slavery, with the U.S. Census is making race every day by using these terms that then are just widely circulated and somehow interpreted, right? As complex as this is, such that my point is that we're a race from a sociological perspective as Latinos and Mexican Americans, and we feel ourselves like a race. We are a race because we are treated as other. But again, it's fluid. It doesn't have to be that way, right? It doesn't have to be that way anywhere. We can just sort of align as people that love each other. Why not? Why can't we have black and brown dialogues on policy? We formed an organization to promote that, right? And that's inclusive of Asians, Indigenous, queer, Latino. I mean, let me tell you, y'all are messing up big time by focusing on the wrong issues. Because in doing that, you have blind spots like infrastructure that you are not addressing. Y'all are screwing up big time. I'm sorry to say, not you individually. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that when your attention is on these sets of issues that have to do ostensibly with culture, with trans youth, with gender affirming care. I mean, God. We have an ecological crisis. Now we have an infrastructural crisis. It's hard not to understand that as weapons of mass distraction. That's what they are, to keep us from focusing on other things. We get focused on immigration and education.
Well, no, I just kind of want to
stick
to that part, but I'm gonna, if it's okay, I want to ask that same question, but for you, I want to add, because I know there's something else that I'm trying to also see is, what does, of course, the representation, not having it, but not having that representation, how has that negatively affected the community and how other people have seen you all if you're not able to have communities of interest, or you're not able to have districts that look like...
Yes, and it's very demoralizing. I get phone calls on, a lot about different communities where we have a majority in a pocket in a community that have no representation on school board. That's going around Texas now. That's usually most of the cases that we take on when we go into places like Kerrville, where we have Latinos in every part of the state, but they absolutely have no representation. So they're calling LULAC. Because the first thing that I know, when you have issues in your community, go to your elected official. Go to your city council, go to your county. But how do you go there if it's a white person who doesn't care about you? If it's someone, I mean, we have little fights over in small towns in Texas where we're going over someone getting, when you get permission from the city to be able to rezone. And so a lot of discrimination is going on in a rezoning effort where, a wealthy ranch owner can put as many campers on his land as he wants, but the Latino down the block cannot. So that's going on now. Even with the way the state is set up as it is now, I get phone calls all the day about discrimination cases, and it has been an uptick since the election of that president across the state. So what you're talking about, how it feels, that's what the Latino community is going through now, and it's demoralizing. You feel like you can't get anything done. You have no trust. And con mucho taco, they don't vote. Why are they not going to vote? Because why would they? If they have representation at the city council, it's been our fight for the single-member district lawsuits, to empower our people and our communities to be able to have seats at this table. That fight hasn't ended. That fight still needs to happen in many of our communities across the state. So to the answer to your question is, it's very demoralizing that we can do as much as we can, contribute as much as this economy that we can, but we don't have representation on water boards, on school boards, and city councils across the state. And it shouldn't be that way. We need single-member districts in small rural areas, especially. It is. And like I said, we've got a history of voter suppression. When people ask people why Latinos don't vote, well, try voting in a little town called Uvalde. Try running for office in Frio County and see what happens to you. So what's going on here is a complete attack against the Latino community. It's demoralizing. Even, we feel like in San Antonio, we have a congressional district. We're a little bit better off than most people across the state because at least we have Castro. At least we have Gina Ortiz Jones that we can go to. At least we have Tommy Calvert that we can go and talk to and get some results. But what about all these other little counties across the state and even in some parts of South Texas where we don't have representation? Todavía, I mean, this has been historic. That's why LULAC was founded to begin with, was to continue to gain back that political power.
Okay, thank you so much. And lastly to you, Mr. Bledsoe, we live in a state that has the highest percentage of black people, African Americans in this country. And the representation doesn't show, and with you being with the NAACP, and what I don't think most people truly understand about the NAACP is it started because of mass lynchings of black people. The statistics were 2 black people would die every week from lynchings, which is why this organization was created, to try to protect even when we didn't have voting rights. Can you explain how that is affecting our community at the thought of losing representation when we already are underrepresented?
That's such an important statement and question. And let me just say that one of the ironies is that the national NAACP was made by lynchings in Texas. Mm-hmm. Many of those lynchings occurred in Texas. But there's a book called The Lynching of Jesse Washington and the Making of the NAACP that details the 1916 lynching in Waco that occurred in real time. It was the first time there was live footage, and the New York Times wrote feature stories about it, and we had actually had a white member of the staff to actually be there in attendance. But that kind of feeling of alienation has dissipated some over the years, and now it's all coming back. What's occurring in recent times is really something that is designed and intended to make people feel like they're outsiders, that this is not yours. The whole idea that kind of started with the Tea Party thing before, take our country back, as if others don't have a share in the country, and that when the Constitution, when Barbara Jordan said, "We the people" didn't include me. Well, that's a big concern. And so in our community, when we see attempts like this, it really generates some real animosity towards what's happening. And voters are very sophisticated. They understand exactly what's going on. You don't have to really explain it to them. And the level of let's just say, the level of being upset within the African American community is huge. You look on social media, you know, it's kind of like when you develop those ideas of being able to have this system of communication where people communicate with each other. And you see it in Dallas, you see it in Houston, you see it in the rural areas. And so we've got people that are just upset, and they've been inundating us with calls. We've had town halls on this, and they've been in participation at the town halls. All the organizations, even some that are not really civil rights type organizations, but you find that the organizations in the black community are all upset because they understand what this means. Because see, when you look at the whole what's actually intended with this, and the rights that are going to be in jeopardy, and you look at what's actually going to occur if this is being able to be achieved, you have to be very frightened, because right now that representation of African Americans and Latinos is what is now saving this country. And so that is kind of a bulwark saving the country from itself, because as you said, like Dr. Valenzuela said, you know, people being played. And because there's no reason for us to even be here right now. There's no reason to be here.
Can I interject? Because I just want to get to one other point, because you said something, and it brings me to something which is important, I guess, for my young mind, is we don't have any maps right now, so we don't know what any of this is going to look like. And for me, and I want to know if this is your opinion of well, is this seems a lot like redlining, where all of a sudden communities of interest were completely separated, and then all of a sudden you were like, I wonder why this poor side of a black community is just poor and desolate, and then it gives you the right to call them ghetto or lazy, they don't do this, but you cut them off from every source of income that they traditionally have had. And I'm wondering if you see that as the same.
I think that's actually a brilliant point, because that's what it is. And that's pretty much what Professor Katz said in the beginning, because that's what the letter is telling the legislature to do. Go and find where they are, and you have to move them. You have to move them so they can't elect their person of choice. So that's clearly redlining. And so you look at the map and see what seats you can take. You come up with this mythical idea calling opportunity districts coalition districts, when, like, number one, coalition districts are legal, they're not illegal. But number two, all those districts in the letter, they are opportunity districts. 9, 18, and 29 have been held by courts to be opportunity districts. And the 33rd was actually created by a court. They created by a 3-judge panel of 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat that created the 33rd. Okay, and the other thing I want to say about that is everything is so ridiculous, is that the process that Senator Huffman testified to about what occurred during the last process showed that what occurred was that they said they drew the maps race blind. And then they sent the maps to Ken Paxton to make sure they complied with the Voting Rights Act. So black people and brown people are nowhere to be found in that process, and the legislative record shows that they had no impact on the actual outcome and changes in the map. So you're telling us that somehow that map that was drawn without black or brown input or influence, that was approved and supported by Ken Paxton's office during that process, that map ended up with race-based seats? I don't think so.
Ms. Turner, for what purpose?
I'm sorry, that's a mistake. I don't.
Okay. Understood. Mr. Perez, for what purpose?
To ask the witness.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perez. Question to the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bledsoe, I appreciate you putting it in a historical context, the origins of these types of tactics that have been used to segregate the population for political purposes. And you mentioned that during times of slavery, that the policies enacted or empowered the slaveholding population while diminishing, obviously, slaves themselves. I was hoping you can talk about that a little bit more in the context of, again, so we have very racially segregated maps where you have a situation where you do have minority rule, right? You do have a circumstance where you have 40% of the population determining the outcome and 90% of the seats in Texas. You also have a circumstance where when it comes to apportionment, we have an undocumented population where that's equal to 1.7 million Texans, the equivalent of 2 congressional seats. Texas was happy to have those undocumented immigrants for political purposes to gain those seats, but when it came time to fairly represent the population, that's nowhere to be found. So I'm hoping you can kind of put some historical context to these strategies, because these strategies do have origins dating back to the times of slavery, dating back to the times before the Civil Rights Act. Virginia was the largest state that they had the largest House delegation because they had the largest slaveholding population. In Alabama, under Governor Wallace, they refused to grant apportionment for 60 years. If you can talk about how some of these strategies have led to very similar results that we're seeing here in Texas, and why we should not go down this route.
I think that's a great point, because it's actually wicked to invite someone here so that you can use them for numbers and mistreat and abuse them, which is actually what's happening. So when I made the comment, I know that historically the 3/5 rule is about African Americans, but I intended that to encompass our Latino brothers and sisters, because that's the whole idea. There is the underrepresentation of Latinos as well. This last session, just to be very honest about it, 50% of the growth was due to Latino Texans, and you get 2 new seats, both given to white voters, and none to Latinos. That's clearly discriminatory. So, and if we take a look at history, Texas suffered discrimination when it was under Democratic rule. Latinos had no opportunity to have their first anyone in Congress. There was Henry B. Gonzalez, I think, late 50s or early 60s, that finally was elected, even though you had a substantial Latino population for the whole time. And you didn't have an African American there until 1973 with Barbara Jordan. And so they were the only ones until really around the 1980 period. But in 1979, Texas had 24 congressional seats, and now we have 38. If you took the population of Texas in 1980 and you included the increased white population from 1980 until now, we would have lost seats. So all 14 of those new seats are due to African American, Latino, and Asian growth, 100%, and we would have lost. And so we're using minorities to gain the population, but we continue to come up with these really incredible ways of being able to gerrymander around them and not allow them to elect the candidates of their choice. That's why so many districts look so strange and unusual. I'll call Congressman Green's district the chicken district because it looks like a chicken. And you just see all those things that occur, and it's truly a problem. But that's historically been done to blacks and browns, but I intend that 3/5 rules, they're trying to apply that to Latinos as well right now.
We have 12 of the 13 Democratic seats are packed, where they have a racial makeup of in some instances 90%, black or Latino population, and that's also designed to ensure that the population's freed up, where they're not in other districts that affect Republican turnout. And then you have the vast majority, I think 75% of the Republican seats that are cracked, where they are engineered, where they have less than a 50% Latino or black population. And it's no coincidence that you have You have it on the Democratic side, these PAC districts and the crack side. So if you could talk about the packing and cracking that also and how that impacts.
Well, that's another great question. What occurred last time in 2011 was that the way to try to dilute the minority vote, there was a decision to use the suburbs and to dilute the black and brown vote in the urban areas by including the suburbs. But due to the growth being minority, Asian, African American, Latino, the suburbs have become increasingly diverse. And so since the suburbs are diverse, that's changing the demographics within the districts. And so that's why, for example, you saw in 2018, the 7th Congressional District in Houston and the 32nd Congressional District in Dallas both flipped. And so this time they did something a little bit different. What they did this time is they decided that they were going to use rural areas to anchor to suppress the vote in the urban areas. So I heard all the great discussion on the committee earlier about 100 miles and the questions to Congressman Kazar about having 100 miles difference. Well, Congressional District 13 in the northwest quadrant of the state, there are 413 miles from one point to Dumas up in the northern part of the district, bordering Oklahoma. And you have 38 counties in one congressional district. And so the districts became elongated, so you get the rural areas in to do that. So what they did, they cracked the minority population. That's why, like you take the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. That Metroplex has enough population to have 10 self-contained districts within the Metroplex. But instead of having 10 self-contained, they packed everything into 30, 32, and 33 in that area, and then they cracked the rest of the community to go out into with the rural areas to suppress the vote to create 12 other seats. And so that's what happened. They did it with the 22nd in Harris County. So that was the idea. So like, for example, they cracked populations. They cracked population out of Tarrant County and put it into District 30 or what have you. So there are things like that that have occurred all throughout the map, the cracking and packing, but they put as many as they could in the Metroplex in 30, 32, and 33 in order to do that. But they did more cracking this time than packing the map drawers. But with the big thing that they did, though, was joining the rural areas, because the rural areas don't have much in common, as we've heard so many of you on the panel say already. But the rural areas are now dominating the urban votes by the way they've drawn the districts.
As I previously mentioned, that there's 11 million Anglo-Texans. Republicans represent 80% of them in Texas. Do you believe it's possible to achieve that 80% without racial considerations?
There's zero chance of doing that with racial consideration. I think it's all a myth. And one of the things that's so ironic here that we talk about is like that some new thing, like a new book in the Bible or something that you've got to, if you're race blind, is good. That's just not true. What even Chief Justice Roberts said in the Milligan case, that there are times when you should look at race in order to avoid discriminating against minority voters. I mean, I think, to me, it's an act of discrimination in itself when you decide you're not going to look at race. Because, ironically, if you look at the guidelines put forth by the Legislative Council, I think it's page 4 or page 10 of the 2021 guidelines, they talk about the depth that the legislature needs to go through to avoid discriminating against black and brown voters. And when you don't do that, that means you're gonna be involved in discrimination. And I think the data and all that here really indicates that. And one of the points I like to make about that is that, for example, if you look at black and brown voters and the way they were moved, it's incredible because, with the new population, you would think, well, each population would be moved about the same. But when we had folks take a look at the actual movement of voters in the 2021 map that was adopted, what they found was that black voters, brown voters, Asian voters were moved well beyond the numbers they should have been moved. And so what they did, they looked at standard deviations to see from the normal. And what the experts said is that, you know, if you have 2 standard deviations from what the norm should be, then we have to look at it. It might be something intentional. Well, for example, in Dallas County, the movement in Tarrant County, the movement of black voters was 52.5. He said that was just beyond imagination, that standard deviation. It was 46.7 in Harris County. And you had similar numbers for Latinos. So folks said, well, you had all that growth in the Metroplex. What was it like in the rest of the state? Well, it was 39.5, so it's still a lot higher than 2. So there was clearly, in our opinion, some kind of race-conscious thing going on, but we have to take what was testified to. And the state took the position, and they have sworn testimony from a number of witnesses saying we were race-blind in how we drew the map. But I agree. I look at the map and say, how could you do this kind of gerrymandering and it'd be race-blind? Because it's clearly, how do you take care of such numbers of Latino growth, and you don't give Latinos at least one? Latinos probably deserve 2 more congressional districts, and they got none. And so it's very clear that there was somebody with a mindset. But the other thing I want to just caution everyone about, the way the rules were last time, they prevented you from introducing maps that would have new opportunity districts, because you had to drop in your map to the existing district and get the approval of all folks in the proposed congressional plan that would actually approve or allow you to go forward with your amendment. So the people who were engaged in drawing up the original map had to give you authorization. So when you wanted to put forth a new Latino opportunity district, you couldn't get it duly considered.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose? One second.
You hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I have questions for the witnesses.
Ladies, recognize the question of panel.
Thank you. All 4 of you testified that you were here to testify on the revised congressional plan. I'm sort of confused, because have you guys seen a congressional plan? So you're not here to testify on a specific plan. You're here to testify on why either we shouldn't change what we have, if that's accurate, because I don't want anybody to think that you're here talking about something that you've seen in advance. Yeah, I would like I guess a verbal answer to that.
No, ma'am. Like you, we have not seen a plan. What is of great concern is when President Trump demands of Governor Abbott 5 Republican congressional seats. That is premeditated gerrymandering, and that is of grave concern.
Thank you, Professor Venezuela.
Yeah, same deal. I think my colleague said it well, that this is preemptive, right? And it's for his own personal gain. And again, that weapon of mass destruction agenda that he has, so he doesn't have to deal with the Epstein files and other matters of great importance to him.
And Mr. Bledsoe?
Okay. No, this is almost like an exercise in checking a box. What occurred, Senator West talked about how since he'd been here since 1991, you could usually see a map, and the public could come and comment and testify on a map. And so this is kind of new. It's like checking a box where people can talk. There's no real consequence to what they say, and no disrespect, but it has been disregarded in the past. It sure was in 2021, and it was in 2011.
And Mr. Rosales?
Yeah, I think it's concerning with the Department of Justice letter that it names Latino and African American seats that they're going after. They're not being overt. They're being very straightforward about who they're going after.
It's reverse racism.
So right. So for me, it's we know what they're doing. For me, it's just outright racism is what's going on here. And so we're here to testify on their efforts to try and come in and tell the state how they should gerrymander.
And so are you asking this committee and the House of Representatives to have public hearings around the state once a proposed map is filed? Are you asking us to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want, and like a verbal answer from each of you.
10 places statewide.
Okay, Mr. Bledsoe
Please, I'm definitely requesting that.
and Ms. Perez Hodge?
Well, I'm a little confused because there's maps still in the courts, correct? So why don't we settle that before we go on and draw more maps?
So you're
Is
asking
there-
us not to do any redistricting?
Right.
Okay.
Until the court decides on the previous maps. Why compound the problem?
And that would be our position too, but if they're going forward with the map, we'd like to have it shown to the public.
So just want to reiterate, you don't want us to do anything until the current court case is determined. Is that accurate?
Exactly.
Yes? But if we decide as a body to move forward, you want basically due process on these maps so that Texans get to see the maps in advance so that they can assess exactly how the maps will affect them and then be able to give testimony specifically. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Which would absolutely help in court if you can show that you warned us in advance of what the maps might do. Is that accurate?
We're warning you.
Yes.
This is a warning.
Okay, all right.
Alert.
So,
No kings.
right, and I've got a question. I need for you to repeat something for me, Mr. Bledsoe. You said that basically 40% of the population of Texas, white Texans, controls 73% of the Texas congressional districts. Did I hear you say that?
That's an absolute fact.
Okay. And then did I hear you say, if the president successfully probably cracks the 3 black and 1 Hispanic district, such that there would not be a critical mass of either blacks or Hispanics to be able to elect or choose the candidate of their choice, that if they were able to change those 3 black and 1 Hispanic seats, that what would the percentage be of the 40% of white Texans controlling whatever percent of Congress? What's that percentage?
It would become 84. So the numbers are, we have 38 districts, 28 of the 38 are controlled by white voters.
Right.
And so then the number becomes 32 or 33.
So now, so that's what I was getting to. You're ahead of me. So if they're able to get the 5th seat that we are, and let me be clear, everything in this building is like, as the world turns, a search for tomorrow. If enough people are talking about it, it's gonna happen, right? Which just terrifies me, right? So if they're able to get that 5th seat, what percentage of the congressional delegation of Texas will the 40% of white Texans control in the Texas delegation?
87%.
If that's not
Jim Crow.
political welfare for white Texans, I don't know what it is, right? And that is actually DEI, because you damn sure didn't earn it. Right? So I'm concerned. I'm glad I got a laugh out of you, but because if this wasn't so serious, it'd be funny, right? No one will believe it's happening. And then I guess the thing that concerns me is this, and I guess we'll see at the end of this process whether the people sitting around these dioceses are listening to us or whether this is a kangaroo court, right? We're gonna find out because the proof is in the pudding. But my concern is that this particular redistricting has the capacity to literally change politics in Texas and in this country. As you spoke about, people say, well, black people should vote more, Hispanic people should vote more. Fundamentally, people want to be treated fairly. And people will participate in a system if they understand that that system is fair. If the people don't have a belief that the system is fair, then they'll either be apathetic and they just won't care. So if Trump is successful here, it concerns me because if him and those like him maintain control of the House, because that's the only place he can be stopped, then I fear that we might be slaves again, right? Because we're moving backwards, and it will literally undo the advances that black and brown people have made through the civil rights struggle. And we may not be able to overcome it. And I also fear that if we're successful here in Texas, it will be the roadmap to around the country to dismantle this democracy and basically enslave us and make us indentured servants again. So I just want to thank you for coming and educating people, because I think that a lot of people didn't know what cracking and packing were, right? They didn't know that. And with the emphasis on invisibling, and I just made that word up, us, by getting rid of our history so that we don't know what our history is, then we're absolutely doomed to repeat it. So thank you so very much for coming. I appreciate it, in helping the public at large understand what will happen if we don't figure out a way to stop this.
Thank you so much for what you've said. And you remember we had that slogan maybe 10, 20 years ago about one Texas. Somehow we need to get back to that, but we're a long ways away from it. But thank you for those comments, because I think that's where you want to head.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for this panel? Hearing none, thank you all for your testimony. This panel is excused. As you may have noticed, we have a court reporter over here on the side who's been gracious. She's smiling at me because everything I say, she has to take down. And as I talk, she's having to take that down. Anyways, we've entered the twilight zone. We're going to take a brief break so that our court reporter can have a break, if that's okay with you guys, and maybe all of you as well. So the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand at ease for 5 minutes. Members and members of the public, if you please take your seats. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come back to order. That's what we, in common parlance, refer to as a Texas legislative 5-minute break. That was perhaps a little bit more. And so I do want to bring us back and give some time for the members to make their way back in here. Just so everybody knows, for keeping track here, we have spent about 2 hours and 14 minutes so far on public testimony. Now, some of that was an exchange between myself and Mr. Raymond, of which I'm not going to credit 10 minutes of, because that's how much that took. So we've really only spent 2 hours and 4 minutes. So for planning purposes, we got 2 hours and 56 minutes left. And I would just encourage the members of the committee just to remember, as we bring these panels up, let's be as expeditious as we can so we can hear from as many people as possible. And for that being said, we're going to go back into public testimony at this time. I had mentioned earlier our virtual panelists, and I appreciate you waiting on us to bring you back up. Before I call these virtual witnesses, our next in-person panel is going to be comprised of Regina Vanberg, Susanna Carranza, Lauren Pena, and Danielle Bryant. If those 4 individuals could make their way into this room and be seated at the front, as soon as we do these virtual witnesses, we will come to you, and I appreciate everybody for your patience. At this time, the chair is going to call Carol Titleman. I hope that I pronounced that correct. Carol Titleman. Is Carol Titleman on the Zoom waiting room? Is Carol Titleman here? Last call for Carol Titleman. We will show Ms. Titleman registered to testify but not testifying on the Congressional Redistricting Plan on behalf of herself. Chair calls Heidi Bray. Chair calls Heidi Bray. Is Heidi Bray in our waiting room? We do not see her. Is Miss Heidi Bray here? Chair will show Miss Heidi Bray registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Frederick Wood. Mr. Wood, we got you coming in here. I'm sorry, Frederick Woods. Okay, we can see you, sir, if you'll unmute. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let me pull up your witness registration form just a moment. Dot our I's and cross our T's. I show you registered to testify as Frederick Woods on behalf of yourself on revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Fred Woods. I'm a community leader and activist in Northeast Houston and proud resident of the 18th Congressional District. I strongly oppose any effort to redraw congressional districts mid-cycle to increase one party's likelihood of representation, further tipping the scales of power in the U.S. House of Representatives. Governments on all levels work best when they reflect the constituency they are to serve. This ideal cannot be achieved by manipulating maps by means of cracking and packing congressional districts targeting communities of color. It is also unacceptable that the public has no visibility to any proposed maps prior to this hearing or means to comment after maps have been selected. This is not good governance. This is a continuation of petty politics, power grabs, and one party's allegiance to an insurrectionist out of fear you will lose your place in society. You are stealing elections and killing democracy. Less than 30 days ago, members of this same legislature testified under oath in El Paso that your 2021 redistricting maps were not based on race. How can those same people now claim that they are? So were you lying then, or are you lying now? Nobody is fooled by what you are doing. What profiteth a man that he gains a congressional seat and destroy the whole of democracy? The world is watching America self-destruct, and you are the one with gasoline in one hand and a match in the other, doing the bidding of a felon in thief. I pray that your ethics overcomes your ambitions. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? See none. Thank you, sir. You're excused. Chair calls Connor Rice. Mr. Rice, if you'll, there we go. Got your camera coming.
Awesome. Are y'all able to hear me?
We are, and we're able to hear you. I'm going to go through your registration here momentarily. I show you as registered to testify as Connor Rice on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
My name is Connor Rice. I am from Corpus Christi in Chairman Hunter's district. And I'm also here not just as a Texan, but as someone who believes that Texas governs Texas. We don't take orders from Washington, or we shouldn't. And we should not be redrawing our democracy to satisfy political operatives in the White House. As Reba McEntire once said, freedom. It isn't easy, but it's worth the fight. And right now, what's at stake is our freedom to govern ourselves, without manipulation, without interference, and without bending to federal pressure. This redistricting process should reflect the will of the people, not protect incumbents, not answer partisan demands from DC. What's worse is we're in a special session right now, being used not to fix infrastructure, not to fully fund Texas public schools, not to help communities recover from disaster, but to fine-tune gerrymandering based on the fear of the future and rumored pressures from federal leadership. And let's be clear that no official maps have been made public. We're being asked to trust a process that hasn't even shown its hand. In Corpus Christi, even the rumored proposal and rumored maps threaten to siphon voices from the Rio Grande Valley and fracture our city, binding us for far-flung communities that have no shared values or concerns. That's not representation, to say the least. That's political engineering. And it flies in the face of what Texans expect from our government, which is independence. You know, we believe in local control, in fair maps. And if this committee wants to defend Texas values, it must show that Texas answers to Texans, not Washington. I encourage this entire committee to reject any gerrymandering or redistricting proposals. Spend your time fighting for disaster relief, or funding our schools, or lowering property taxes. Because here in Texas, we fight for freedom, and we do it on our own terms. Thank you, committee.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused. I saw on our Zoom that it looks like Ms. Heidi Bray is in our waiting room now. I'm going to go back, and the chair calls Heidi Bray. Go ahead and show us your video and unmute.
Yes.
We can hear you. Could you? Is it? Do you have video? We'll have to be
Yes,
able to
I do.
see you too. Let's see.
Okay. Let me see. Right here I do.
Oh, there we go.
Can you see me?
We can see you and hear you. I'm going to read your registration form if you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Thank you for your patience, and glad we were able to get back to you. I show you registered to testify as Heidi Bray on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
My testimony is that Abbott has wasted billions and billions of money fighting for our democracy. He is now willing to give 5 seats because Trump asked him to. Whereas at the state of Georgia, when asked to find 11,780 seats for his win in the past election, the Georgia State Secretary of State had the balls in democracy. He stood up for democracy, where I don't see Abbott standing up for democracy. You are not to do redistricting. It was just done in 2021, and it's against the Constitution to do it within 10 years. You were supposed to go out to each district and summarize who lives where. So I don't see why we are doing something unconstitutional at this moment.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, the witness is excused. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Chair is going to go to our in-person panel at this time. Chair calls Regina Vanberg.
That's me.
Did I say your name right?
Yeah, you
Thank you very much. I'm going to, bear with me, we're going to have to pull up your witness registration forms for this panel real quickly. I'll show you registered to testify as Dr. Regina Vanberg, testifying on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Dr. Regina Vanberg. I'm a congressional candidate for Texas 21, but I'm not here to speak only for Texas 21 today.
Could you possibly pull your microphone just a little
Sure.
closer? Thank you so much.
I'm here to do what every one of us must do, defend our fellow Texans, all of them, from every district, from every party. The only appropriate response to D.C. for this self-admitted and self-serving attempt to change Texas maps and interfere with our elections is war drums. That is what our nation should hear echoing from the heart of Texas, from these very halls. Donald Trump has plainly said that he expects Texas to redraw its maps to make him more comfortable come the 2026 elections. But his mistakes are not Texans to bear. Losing power is what is supposed to happen when elected officials become unpopular with the people. That is the point. That's the value and virtue of free and fair elections. You are under no legal obligation to redraw maps mid-decade. This isn't required, it's requested, and it's wrong. Please do not set this precedent. Texas will need to redistrict again, but not like this. Not during ongoing litigation, not in 30 rushed days, and not to serve a failing federal administration, especially when your attention is urgently needed for flood recovery in Texas 21. When it is time to redraw, do it through an independent redistricting commission, chosen by the people after the 2030 census. In other words, please do it right. These are not ordinary times. The stakes are high. Texas is watching, our nation is watching, and in this historic moment, the world is watching. What will we show them? The gutting of democratic ideals, or Texas standing at her full height to defend them? For once, if only once, let us be the ones that get it right. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Susanna Carranza. I show you registered to testify as Dr. Susanna Carranza, testifying on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
I'm Dr. Carranza. I live in Congressional District 37, testify on my own behalf. Even though I said on, I actually oppose this legislature's attempt to redistrict Congress mid-census. Of the 18 items in the special session agenda, you chose to prioritize this one. You don't have to. What Texans need right now is legislation focused on disaster relief and prevention. It adds insult to injury that the call came as an imposition from the White House and DOJ as an attempt to further disenfranchise communities of color. Based on 2020 census, we all know that the majority of Texas growth was from minorities, yet we reduced the number of minority districts. And legislators said, we didn't look at race, so there can't be racial gerrymandering. And now they're saying, oh yeah, we look at race, and it's wrong because it favors minority too much. And then now you're going to break down these communities. That is absurd. It's not acceptable that we don't have a map. It's not acceptable that you're cutting testimony in 5 hours. And it's not acceptable that you're really trying to break up minority districts. I urge you to choose what's good for Texas, to do your job, and stop right now this ridiculous process, because you don't have to do this. You have to work for Texas. You should be focusing 100% of the time on disaster prevention, on making our infrastructure more resilient to the many more crazy climate events that we know is going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Lauren Pena. I show you registered to testify as Lauren Pena on behalf of yourself on revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Lauren Pena. I actually live a walking distance from here on the other side of 35 in one of the first housing projects ever implemented in the United States. I'm sure you're wondering what this big stack of papers is right here. This is just one copy. I've had to file a federal lawsuit myself with no assistance because I've reached out to every single elected official and begged for help. My community is falling apart so bad that I have elderly and disabled on the second, third, and fourth story floors that for 5 weeks unable to go and even get groceries. If there was a fire, they would die. None of my elected officials have responded to me. None of my elected officials have even offered to help. So you guys can definitely have all of this evidence. I would let you know that I don't know if I'm allowed to because for whatever reason, they sealed this court case. But in here, it's gonna show evidence of nonprofit fraud. It's gonna show evidence of City of Austin fraud. It's gonna show ADA violations and numerous violations to federal law. And that's why I'm running for United States Congress. Now today, we're here because of redistricting, and I've heard several people bring up how it's unconstitutional. Well, I have a good solution for that. Let's not move the districts around. Let's put districts in every major city. If I can get one representation from the entire city, millions of people are going to get help. There's 4 million people in Texas currently living in poverty. I'm a survivor of 10 years of human trafficking in my district. And in fact, my congressman was here earlier, Greg Kassar, one who did not answer an email, one who refused to see me, one who I got a scholarship to fly up to Washington, D.C. to learn some political trainings and things like that. For weeks, I reached out to his office and begged to speak with his staff so that I could get assistance with all of these civil rights violations. So I'm asking you guys today for, I guess, so it looks good on everybody, just make a district in every major city and then let the city decide who's going to represent them. Instead of chopping us up, breaking us up into black, brown communities, attacking all the different, types of people, let's go ahead and just make one district in the city, and the city can decide who represents them, because this is ridiculous. And I'd be more than happy to hand over all of this evidence to you guys, but you need 22 copies, and I'm too poor. I can't afford to do it. In fact, I'm so poor that 4 of my children, 2 of them had birthdays in the past month, and I can't even buy them presents for their birthday. There are times that me and my daughters don't even have tampons when we're on our period. I am extremely poor. I'm below the poverty line, and I have no representation to help me.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Dr. Danielle Bryant. I show you registered to testify as Dr. Danielle Bryant, testifying on behalf of yourself on revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Hello, I am Dr. Danielle Bryant. I have spent my career as an educator. I live in CD 35, and I am so tired of the Texas legislature wasting our time. During the special session, we spent tens, if not hundreds, of hours fighting Abbott's voucher scam, an unpopular, out-of-touch plan that rips millions away from our neighborhood public schools. And what did y'all do? Not one hearing on literacy, not one on student behavior, not one on the teacher shortage. Nothing to address the actual school issues. And now here we are again, dragged into a special session. Not to help the hundreds of families devastated by flooding, but to do what? Redraw gerrymandered maps so nationally Republicans can cling to power. Now, for those who didn't follow the voucher fight this spring, let me explain why so many of us are not surprised at the cowardice of Texas Republicans. Rural Texans were upset when they realized their schools were gutted to give handouts to rich families already sending their kids to private schools. Folks started talking, okay, let's put it to a vote. Let Texans decide. But then on the day of the floor vote, Daddy Trump called, threatened Texas Republicans, and all but 2 of you caved to him. That's exactly what's happening again today. Do not be fooled. This is not about fairness. It's not about representation. It is about power. I live just 4 miles from here in Austin, in CD 35, and somehow I share a congressman with people in San Antonio. But we know this isn't about fixing our current broken, under litigation maps. Everyone knows this is nothing but a Trump-backed power grab. A rogue DOJ letter was cooked up to give cover to steal 5 more seats for a politically toxic agenda because this platform is wildly unpopular. The same Texans whose schools you defunded this spring, they're about to lose their Medicare, their Medicaid, their hospitals will close, and they will lose their lives so billionaires can get tax breaks. And you all know this. So you redraw maps, you cheat, you bow to people more obsessed with power than actually helping a single Texan. You spent day 1 of session not serving Trump, not Texans, not your voters, not the flood victims who needed you. And while I do not expect a thing from Governor Abbott, I still have not forgiven him for skipping every single Uvalde funeral and showing us he does not care about Texans after disaster, but I am asking more of the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members?
Mr. Chairman, may I please make a response to what she said?
Not at this time. Members, any questions for this panel? See none. Thank you all for your testimony. This panel is excused. We'll go back to our virtual witnesses. Before I call out those names, our next in-person panel is going to be Conchita Reyes and Nina Perales. If you'll make your way into the room and be ready for us once we do this virtual panel. Chair calls Scott Cardillo. We are bringing you here now to the Zoom. It's actually Scout Cardio. I apologize. Said that incorrectly. Give you a moment to join. There we go. You got your... There we go, video perfect. I'll show you, can you unmute yourself actually? I think I see you muted. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect, we can hear you. We show you registered to testify as Scout Cardillo on behalf of Bulletproof Pride on revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
Hi, everyone. Firstly, I want to make it abundantly clear that as an organization, we recognize that the Texas legislature has a constitutionally protected right to redistrict. We also want to make it clear that even though it is legal, it does not mean it should be done. We as an organization believe that no one, regardless of political party, should have their livelihoods treated like political pawns, especially in the context of redistricting that will dictate the weight of certain votes. A poll conducted by Texas-based Z2A Research found that 63% of likely Texas voters and 41% of Texas Republicans across 22 congressional districts think the effort to redraw lines in favor of the current political party in power is unnecessary. As an organization that works with empowering first-time voters from backgrounds that are systemically disenfranchised and historically left out of conversations regarding accessible democracy for all, we are concerned about the current plans for redistricting. Regardless of party, we urge you to reconsider the proposed redistricting and ensure that all voices are being equally seen, heard, represented, and valued in these conversations. Your zip code should not determine the weight or value of your vote, and it is quite frankly disrespectful to constituents for those of you in power to use your constitutionally granted rights to launch attacks against your own constituents for the sake of your personal political gain. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is none. Thank you. The witness is excused. Chair calls Levada Levels. Chair calls Levada Levels. We don't see you on our Zoom here. Is Levada Levels here? Chair will show Levada Levels registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Stephanie Smith. Chair calls Stephanie Smith. Don't see you on our Zoom here. Is Stephanie Smith here in person? Chair will show Stephanie Smith registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Christy Stockman. Christy Stockman.
And look how low it is. I don't know if it. Oh, there it goes.
There you go. All right, we can see if you can unmute yourself.
I'll just bring the mic up.
Here comes the blue ball. There we go. Can you hear me?
I can,
Perfect. We can hear you.
but I'm Christy Stockman, not Stephanie Smith.
No, you're absolutely fine. I
Okay.
show you registered to testify as Christy Stockman,
Correct.
testifying on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Like I said, my name is Christy Stockman. I am a citizen and not affiliated with any particular group or organization. I live in Corpus Christi, as I've lived for most of my life, though I grew up in Clear Lake City, just outside of Houston. Corpus is currently represented by Michael Cloud, the 27th Congressional District, one of the most gerrymandered districts in the country, if the litigation is to be believed. What I saw when you folks were doing, what you folks were doing up here in the legislature, I got steaming mad. At first, I thought, great, a special session, if that's what the governor needs to deal with the natural disaster in the Hill Country in place after Kerr County wasted 10 million taxpayer dollars to do just that so that folks never go without warning again, so be it. But that's not what you people are doing. It's a good old-fashioned bait and switch with a power grab added in. Instead of helping those who are harmed and keeping us out of harm's way in the future, you want to see if you can rig an election. You want to engage in discrimination against communities of color. You want to go back to disenfranchising Black folks and Latinos the way it's always been. Well, Texans don't want to see that, and we won't stand for it. This is the wrong time and forum to take up redistricting. Stop this process now. But if you insist, show us the maps. If you insist on this wrong-headed fight, at least give us at least 5 days to review the maps and an opportunity to comment on the proposed changes before the vote. 24 hours is completely unreasonable. You have already been admonished by a federal district court for an insufficient process. For once, listen to your constituents and make this a fair and open process. I thank the committee for its time and this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Hearing none, thank you. The witness is excused. Chair calls Terrace Goodwin.
I'm actually here in person.
Ah, yes, we had you on our list. If you'll come out to the front, we had you registered twice. No, you're fine. We're just gonna correct this for you. I show you registered to testify as Terrace Goodwin. Oh, it was on there. No, it's not. Okay. I'll show you registered to testify as Terrace Goodwin on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we had you registered twice. Is it okay if we have your permission to delete the other registration?
Yes, please.
We will do so. Please give us your testimony.
Perfect. So like I said, my name is Terrace Goodwin, and I'm a nurse, a mother, and a longtime resident of Bell County in Congressional District 31. And I do have something written down, but as we've been hearing things, something came to mind and I don't want to miss it. And that's that I haven't heard anything today so far giving a reason or an argument for this, other than that the governor said so, and then we also know that Trump told him so. The chair and others have said here and in court that the current maps don't violate the VRA. They weren't racially motivated or drawn. No one in the committee asked to redistrict or to be on this committee. No one here today has testified for it, And you don't serve the president or the governor, you serve us. So why are we doing this? Why are we here? Like we heard, yes, y'all are congressionally allowed to do so, but that doesn't mean it's right, and that doesn't mean that that's what the people want. Last month, Donald Trump called on Texas Republicans to redraw the maps mid-decade, in his words, to gain 5 more Republican seats in Congress. Shortly after, following a conversation by Trump, redistricting was added to the special session. It's not coincidence. It should occur once every 10 years based on census data, a measured process. Texans haven't even had a fair chance to review these maps or provide meaningful public comment. That alone should disqualify this. At our core, our government is supposed to represent all of us. It's supposed to represent the diverse needs of our communities and our state as a whole, not just one party, one race, or one mindset. But that's not what's happening here. As we heard, the demographics of our beautiful state are not fully represented currently, and are not if this redistricting process goes through. And so this is a betrayal of democracy, an intentional dilution of the votes of Texans. And I have to believe that you all know this. Don't let Trump bully the leaders of our great state into rigging the map. Let us see the maps, let us talk about the maps, but honestly, just don't do it in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Hearing none, the witness is excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to go to our panel here. Chair calls Conchita Reyes.
Yes.
And let me pull up your affirmation here momentarily. I show you registered to testify as Conchita Reyes on behalf of yourself.
And also with LULAC Council 60 as a member.
And also on behalf of LULAC Council 60.
Correct.
Do we have your permission to update your registration to say that?
Yes, you do.
Bear with us one moment while we do that. LULAC
Council
60. All right. We now show you registered to testify as Conchita Reyes on behalf of yourself and LULAC Council 60, testifying on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Conchita Reyes. I stand before you today as a proud Navy mom, daughter, business owner, servant leader, and member of LULAC Council 60. I'm also part of the Leander Disaster Relief Support Team. Please excuse my attire, but as I remain actively involved in the relief efforts. I am a Houstonian and a resident of Congressional District 29, and I come to you to express my deep frustration as a Texan that a $1.2 million special session has been called not to address the disaster recovery needs of Texans, the Hill Country, and Leander, but to undermine the representation voters in District 29, 9, 18, and 33. Let's be clear, the efforts violates the principle of VRA, contradicts the Constitution, and disregards the foundation of fair and equal representation in Texas. The voices being targeted are voters who look like me. We deserve to be heard, not silenced. District 29 is home to over 740,000 residents, 75% of whom are of Hispanic descent. But beyond those numbers lies a vibrant, historic community that has contributed to Houston's identity and resilience for more than a century. We are Houston strong. During my time in the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey, Winter Storm Uri, and now the Leander disaster, I've seen firsthand what true representation and community support looks like. A survivor in Leander recently told me, "You're from Houston? Then you understand what we're going through." And I do. We do. I brought my daughter here today to witness the moment because she deserves to know what's at stake. The proposed redistricting is not just wrong for me or my district. It's wrong for her generation and for every Texan who believes in democracy. I urge you to not use this session to redraw 29. Use it to restore trust and to not silence our voice. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Before I go to the next witness, and I want to go ahead and alert, our next virtual panel of 4 is going to be Brian Troutner, Lucy Frost, Fainot Pierre, and Amanda Zarowski. If you'll be ready in the Zoom waiting room, we'll get to you. Chair calls Nina Perales. Did I say that right? Okay. I show you registered to testify as Nina Perales on behalf of the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund on revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee, my name is Nina Perales. I'm the Vice President of Litigation for MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund. We are the law firm that represents Latino individual voters and organizations in the current Texas redistricting litigation. And I'm here to answer any questions that the committee might have regarding that case. Among the coalition of Latino organizations that we represent from around the state is LULAC, and it's our great honor and privilege to represent LULAC as well as the other plaintiff organizations. We just finished a 3 to 4 week trial in El Paso, which dealt in part with the congressional redistricting. In that case, our claims include that the Texas legislature in 2021 did not draw a sufficient number of Latino majority congressional districts, and that in fact the growth of the Latino community since 2010, but certainly since before that as well, can support the creation of an additional Latino majority district in Harris County, in addition to 29 represented by Congresswoman Garcia, from whom you heard earlier today, as well as enough Latino population to support an additional congressional district in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. That would be in addition to Congressional 33, represented by Mark Vesey. In light of the growth of the population over the past 2 decades, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act does require the creation of additional districts. If the committee and the legislature decides to take up redistricting, it is certainly true that you cannot subtract from the current level of representation that we have. That would violate the Voting Rights Act. And our final request would be to please allow public review and comment of any plans under consideration, because currently we're unable to comment on any proposed plans. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Chair recognizes Speaker Moody to question the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Perales, I want to kind of highlight the last bit of your testimony. You talked about the ability for people to comment on any proposed changes. And well, let me start with this instead. And we've talked about it throughout the hearing, this letter from the Department of Justice to the Governor and Attorney General. You've seen that letter?
I have, as well as General Paxton's response.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because we've heard from some other folks, and obviously I've known you for some time, and you have quite a bit of extensive history in litigating these types of issues. And so I'd just like to get your opinion on the letter that the DOJ sent to the state of Texas about these, about the need or constitutional concerns that they have.
We agree with the concerns raised by the first witness in this hearing, Professor Katz. With the letter, there's a number of things that are very odd or unusual about the letter. Perhaps it was hastily prepared, but it's factually incorrect when it refers to Congressional District 29 as a coalition district, as the law understands it, because Congressional 29 is over 50% Hispanic citizen voting age population. It is not a coalition district. It is a single minority Hispanic opportunity district. Another example would be the strange characterization of CD 33, which is represented by Mark Vesey in Dallas-Fort Worth. That district was not created as a Voting Rights Act district, but rather a remedy for racial gerrymandering by a past legislature. And so the way that the letter was approaching these issues was just very odd and not consistent with reality.
So let me drill down onto the District 29 issue that you raised. Hispanic citizen voting age population, HCVAP. Anybody who's been in this process, they've heard that terminology. If you haven't, that's what it means. Why does that matter? Why does that threshold matter Like, why do we look at that number? Is there a reason why we look at it?
There is a reason, and it's very important, because the Supreme Court has told us that if we're asking the question whether there needs to be, for example, in this case, a Hispanic majority district in a particular location, the very first question that the court will ask is, are there enough people there to constitute a majority, for example, of the Latino population? That is the very first question, and if you answer that question in the affirmative, as we have with 29 for several decades, then you move on to additional questions, resulting in the conclusion that the district is required by the Voting Rights Act.
And I think it's important to draw this distinction because HCVAP, different from HVAP, different from Hispanic population, right? So Hispanic population would be everyone Hispanic in a particular area, correct?
That's right. Hispanic citizen voting age population takes into account not just total population, but those over age 18, those who are U.S. citizens. So what you're really referring to there is the voter eligible population.
So if you've got, and in District 29, you said the HCVAP is what?
Comfortably over 50%.
Okay, so that's the status of it today. And so I just want the committee members to understand the Hispanic population in that district is far more than that because we're actually winnowing down. The HCVAP is the lowest threshold because the court has told us we're going to gear off of that number. If we're going to afford protections, we're going to gear off of that number because those are the folks that can actually vote in that election, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so this letter identifies a district as a coalition district that is actually a majority Hispanic district. Tell me the difference and tell the committee the difference.
Well, as the law, as cases discuss it, a coalition district is where you combine more than one minority group to exceed 50%. And that may be the case in other districts. That doesn't tell us anything about its constitutionality or legality, but simply a coalition district is a coalition of minority groups. That is a different type of district than the district that is what we would say majority Hispanic, in this case of 29. The letter is factually incorrect when it refers to 29 as a coalition district.
So as a fundamental part of this letter, the Department of Justice has misidentified a congressional district as a, and look, I believe that there's a whole nother conversation about protections for coalition districts, but this goes to the point of the reason why we are here is because a letter was written by the DOJ to the state of Texas. And in that letter, one of the 4 districts that were identified doesn't even qualify under what they say it qualifies as. And that's under Supreme Court case law.
Yes.
What is that? What do you take from that?
I take from that that the letter perhaps was hastily prepared, it's carelessly written, it doesn't follow the standards that are used by the U.S. Supreme Court when it discusses these types of districts.
You know, I share your concern and the fact that we are here talking about this, and a letter coming from the letters come from the DOJ, probably that's something you would take seriously. You're pointing out something that is factually wrong and has now become a premise for why we're here. I mean, it doesn't shock me. This is the same administration that levied tariffs on an island of penguins. But look, this, and I say that for a little bit of levity, but this is serious in that this is talking about people's representation and what matters to them. I want to go to the last point of what you raised in your testimony, and then that'll be the end of my questions. You talked about participation, the ability to participate. And we are grateful. I see here still 158 witnesses that have registered, either in person or virtually, that want to weigh in. And we have multiple hearings. There are a couple more hearings that are coming. But we have no maps in front of us. We have no bill in front of us. Do you think that this participation is meaningful for you when you don't have a map to look at?
I want to express gratitude for the opportunity to testify today. But the opportunity is a limited one if we are not able to comment on a proposed map.
Because you wouldn't know unless you saw something what communities are in a district or are being moved from a district, which institutions are here, there, wherever. I mean, you have none of that data in front of you.
It's impossible to know, and honestly, with the naming of 4 districts in the Department of Justice letter, and what we read in the newspapers, which is all we know about certain goals that have been announced for the redistricting, if it's 4 districts, if it's 5 districts, the ripple effect from redrawing even 1 district can be substantial. And so we are potentially looking at a significant redraw of the congressional map, and it would be critically important to see maps under consideration and be able to comment on them so that the committee and the body understand what are the risks, what are the rewards, what are the potential legal liabilities.
Well, and I want to talk about, so you talked about the ripple effect. I think the members of Congress maybe mentioned that a little bit too in their testimony. Because when you're drawing these, and for those people who haven't participated in this process at that level, you know, when we draw our House and Senate districts, there's deviations, right? You can 5,000 down, or this, you know, you can, there's a little bit of variance within the districts. When we're looking at congressional districts, that's different, isn't it?
That's correct. The U.S. Constitution requires that every congressional district contain the exact same number of people. So in the Texas Congressional Redistricting Plan, all of the districts have the same number, except for one district that gets to have 1 more person.
So that's it. The deviation there is 1 person. So the ripple effect, when you move 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, I mean, because everything has to be identical, you will necessarily see a ripple effect across.
The ripple effect is greater in congressional redistricting because of the need to equalize population across
When we
the
have the
districts.
ability to have a little bit bigger variance like we do in the House and the Senate, you could maybe massage that around the edges a little bit. But in congressional maps, as you point out, that is a 1-for-1. So it is going to be exacerbated when you change 1. The ripple effect is greater, is it not?
Yes, that's right. There's not the same kind of flex that you would have in Senate redistricting or House redistricting.
And I know when we do our redistricting in the House side, we talk about breaking county lines, and that has a lot of legal significance. Not that we don't do it, but it has legal significance. Any rule like that exists in congressional redrawing?
Not in Texas, no. So congressional districts can insert appendages into as many districts as they want to, and often they do for various reasons.
Okay.
And thus, the sort of wider ability to draw and the tighter requirements on population mean that the ripple effect can be very strong.
Ms. Perales, thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate your time.
Ms. Wu, for what purpose? Okay. Mr. Turner, for what purpose? You're recognized for question witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here. Ms. Perales, I have a few questions just to follow up on your testimony and your dialogue with Speaker Moody. First, I think you were being very humble as you introduced yourself, but I want the committee to understand the scope of your experience and expertise as a lawyer who has specialized in voting rights and redistricting litigation. Am I correct that you have argued numerous cases in federal court over the years, both on Texas redistricting and voting rights? Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Is that including the United States Supreme Court?
Including successfully in the United States Supreme Court in the Texas redistricting case, Lulac versus Perry.
Very good. Thank you. So you have considerable expertise as to what the requirements of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 are, as well as the constitutional requirements with respect to redistricting. Is that fair to say?
I am familiar with the standards.
Very good. Humble, as I say. Well, I want to, while you're here, I want the committee to be able to take advantage continue to take advantage of your expertise and experience. You mentioned in your testimony that the legislature in 2021 had the opportunity to create 2 new Hispanic opportunity districts, one in Houston, one's anchored in Houston, Harris County, and the other anchored in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, where I'm from. And of course, the legislature, while there were proposals to do that, those proposals were rejected by the majority, and those did not become law. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that is one of the subjects of the recent trial in El Paso. Is that right, that of which the decision is still pending?
Yes.
Okay. In that trial, which you referenced, what was the state of Texas arguments as they defended those 2021 maps? Did they did the state contend that they drew those maps based upon race?
No, I would observe, and I don't think the team who tried the case for the Texas Attorney General's office would disagree. One of the critical points of the state's defense of its congressional redistricting plans is that they claim they were drawn blind to race.
Drawn blind to race. Okay. So that testimony would appear to be somewhat contradictory to this Department of Justice letter that the governor received in early July this year. Is that right?
Yes, the testimony is that the maps were drawn race blind. The DOJ letter asserts there's evidence showing that the maps weren't race blind. The Attorney General's response to the Department of Justice is that the maps were drawn race blind. Okay.
So we have a disagreement then between the Department of Justice and the official position of the state of Texas from our Attorney General's office.
Yes, there is a disagreement.
Okay. You mentioned that the Voting Rights Act does in fact require the creation of opportunity districts or majority-minority districts in certain circumstances. Does the Voting Rights Act require identifying majority-minority districts, be they coalition districts or otherwise, identifying them and then dismantling them? Have you ever seen such a directive from the Department of Justice?
I've never seen such a directive from the Department of Justice. I've been doing this since the mid-1990s. There is nothing in the Voting Rights Act that requires a district to be identified as majority-minority and then dismantled because it's majority-minority. There's also nothing in the Constitution that requires that.
Okay. And then finally, the 4 districts that were identified in that DOJ letter, were those districts redrawn substantially in 2021?
They are all different from the versions that existed in the preceding decades' redistricting plans, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Dean Thomas, for what purpose?
Question, please.
You may.
How were those districts drawn? They said they were drawn. You said it was all differently. How?
Well, from decade to decade, because population tends to shift and move around, and because there is the requirement that every congressional district have the exact same number of people in it, after the census data is released, there's always going to be some changing in the lines. So there is no district that remains exactly the same because it would have the wrong number of people in it. But the extent to which you change the district can be largely driven by whether its population is close to what we call the new ideal. And at least in Harris County, I believe, at least for Congressional 18 and possibly also 9, those districts were very close to the ideal population. They only needed minor modifications to bring them into the population deviation rule. Texas, in any event, changed their boundaries even more. So it cannot be said that these districts, if they were drawn in some way that a lawyer would say is not right, are still drawn that same way today.
And if I can add on District 29, when it was designed to be a Latino district, we end up having Gene Green, a white man, representing the district for 25 years.
I was here when that district was drawn.
Only recently, we have Sylvia Garcia, who has in office for 6 years.
Yeah, Ben Reyes ran for that district when it
That's
was
right.
first drawn.
Uncle Ben.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean. Vice Chair Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Witnesses.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal, the question witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually don't have much of a question. I just want to thank you both for being here. Ms. Perales, I'm going to say there are very few humans on the face of this planet that can take such complex things and break them down into simple terms that help us understand. So my father was an advanced research scientist in mathematics, which is pretty complicated. And he used to say the most brilliant people he knew were the ones who could make something so complicated sound so simple. So thank you for bringing your expertise today.
Thank you.
If I can also add, if we notice these two districts, well, the 3 districts are being looked at in Houston and Dallas. Have y'all noticed the time frame? It's FIFA 2026. So we're disrupting dollars as well. So I hope that stays in the back of my mind. I'm an accountant, so I follow numbers. That's why I pointed out that it's cost us $1.2 million to call this special session, which should be the focus of the disaster that has happened in the Hill Country and Leander. Thank you.
Representative Spiller, for what purpose?
Question the witness.
Chair recognizes Representative Spiller, question witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Prowse, I'd like to follow up on some of the questions. I appreciate, first of all, let me say this, and I'm going to try not to completely demonstrate my ignorance to the world today in asking you some clarification questions, but you and I may not politically agree in some areas, but I do respect your testimony, and I appreciate your testimony, appreciate you being here today. I'm trying to better understand some of your testimony, in particular the questions that Speaker Moody asked relative to Congressional District 29. Because, as I understand, you said that it is not a coalition district. Is that correct?
Okay.
That's right.
Are the other 3 that are enumerated in the DOG letter, do you know and would you identify those as coalition districts?
I know that they're not Hispanic citizen voting age majority districts,
Okay.
but I could not tell you off the top of my head what the citizen voting age population is of the various racial groups in those districts.
And why can you not tell that?
Because I look at a lot of tables and maps every day, and I don't know those numbers off the top of my head.
Are there other coalition districts within the state that were not listed on the DOG letter?
I'm not aware.
So there may be?
I'm not aware.
You just don't know? Okay. And as I understand it, and you just finished your trial in El Paso, and there has not been a ruling in that case yet, correct?
There has not. We are preparing our post-trial findings of fact, proposed findings of fact, and conclusions of law.
All right. And you're familiar with the Petway case, Petway versus Galveston County?
Yes, I am.
And you would agree with me that it is currently the law of the land in Texas relative to coalition districts?
Yes, what the Fifth Circuit tells us is the law of the land.
Right. Well, and by that I mean that's not been considered or overturned or anything by the U.S. Supreme Court at this time.
That's right.
Okay. So, and is it fair to say that the Petway case that was ruled upon in 2024 was certainly after the maps that we're looking at today and the subject of which you litigated that were created in 2021?
Petaway came after the creation of the 2021 maps, yes.
But the subject of your trial was not really focused on coalition districts per se, was it?
No, that's not exactly true, if
Okay.
I could explain.
Sure.
There were various claims and remain various claims in this case. This case is 6 consolidated actions, so there's a lot of complexity and a lot of different claims. Some of them have to do with what are characterized as coalition districts. When the Petaway decision came down, it became the focus of the court and the parties to understand what Petaway means and what its impact would be on the Texas redistricting litigation. So there was extensive briefing, and the parties modified. Some of them modified their complaints as a result to conform. The U.S. Department of Justice was there. They had, meaning the U.S. Department of Justice, had about 7 months to absorb the Petaway decision and decide what it meant for them and for the law. And then the Department of Justice dismissed its claim on Petaway. One would expect that if the Department of Justice had changed its view on the Texas redistricting plans, that it would have simply articulated that within the litigation. But instead, at the conclusion of everything involving the Petaway briefing, the Department of Justice dismissed out and left the case.
Question, did the DOJ, when they dismissed or non-suited their claims in that case relative to coalition districts, was that before President Trump took office?
The DOJ never had coalition claims in the case. Their claims were more closely aligned with the Hispanic majority districts. But yes, actually, the Department of Justice did not dismiss out until March, so several months into the term of our new president.
Okay. And we've heard quite a bit of testimony here today and relative to the process. And you know, as you're sitting here today, do you know of anything that's illegal or unconstitutional about the Texas legislature or this committee considering, regardless of whether or not you like the way that the DOJ letter was drafted, but basically to consider what's on the governor's call, to consider redistricting in light of Petaway?
I would, there's sort of, the reason I hesitate is just because I feel like there's a couple of questions within that question. Is there a constitutional or a legal bar mechanically to mid-decade redistricting? Not as we understand it from the LULAC v. Perry decision. Is this letter a sufficient basis to call the legislature back in?
I'm not asking about the letter.
Yes,
I'm not asking about the letter. I'm just talking about the process that we're here today, because we've heard testimony from a number of people. But I'm assuming that your opinion is we have the right, as if the governor puts something on the call and we consider that, and we're sitting here considering that and considering testimony like yours today, that we have every right and maybe obligation to do so, and then make a determination whether it would be proper to amend those in light of the Petaway decision or not.
I would say that I am not an expert in state law or the obligation of the legislature to address items on the governor's proclamation for a special session. Okay. Do legislatures like Texas primarily carry the responsibility for redistricting? Yes. Should the legislature have a good reason to do so? I also believe yes, and that reason is not present here.
Right. I thought you might have that opinion. That's okay.
Apologies.
But the let me ask you that. But on the let's go back to Petaway, because the way I understand it and read it, and again, I'm trying not to show my ignorance, but previously you had the Bartlett versus Strickland case, which basically said that that these coalition districts were not required. But then you had Petaway that says that they're not authorized. I think is, in summary, I think I would say that that's the ruling there. There's a difference between those two. Wouldn't you agree?
I would characterize the holding of those cases differently. Bartlett versus Strickland said if you are going to say a district is required, that a district is mandatory under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, you have to hit 50% plus one. That's in lawsuits where you are suing to have a district created as a Section 2 voting rights district. What Petaway said was that you cannot combine different groups together to reach that 50%.
Correct.
What neither of those cases have said, and I think this is our primary disagreement with the DOJ letter's assumptions or implications, is that sometimes a majority-minority district is just there. And it doesn't need to be justified by Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. It is simply there. It's there because of history, or it's there because it contains communities of interest. And just because it's there and it is majority-minority, neither Bartlett versus Strickland nor Petaway would say that that district is in any way unconstitutional.
Okay, but in the Petaway case, they went in through their analysis, the way I read it, 5 different ways that they said no, 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 and overturned their previous decision in whatever that case was. You would know, but I don't.
Yes.
But so let me ask you a couple other quick questions, and I don't want to belabor this because we've got a lot of folks that want to testify, and I respect that. We've talked about coalition districts. We also heard some testimony today about opportunity districts. I've read some cases about crossover districts. Are opportunity districts and crossover districts the same thing, or are they second cousins, or how would you define those?
I know what a coalition and crossover district is under the cases as we have them today. I think the term opportunity district perhaps is a more colloquial term, and I don't have a legal definition for you. I think you would have to ask the person who is using that term, opportunity district, what the intersection of definitions is.
Well, and I agree, and I didn't see it defined under case law. I did see crossover districts defined, but not those. So, apologize. Let me go back to the other I think your testimony was that you can't tell me, as you sit here today, which is fine, whether the other three named in the DOJ letter are coalition districts or if they're not, and you can't really tell me if there might be other coalition districts in the state or not. But would you agree with me that in the event that it would be proper to fix or to address or to, as they say, remedy a situation with districts that may be coalition districts, one or more in the state, that you can't do that in a vacuum? In other words, it's hard to fix one district without it affecting other adjacent contiguous districts and maybe even districts across the state that you have to make work to get what would be proper under the Padway decision.
I need to respond to the idea that if it's a coalition district, it needs to be fixed, because there is no case that says that. The cases that we've been discussing, Bartlett, Petaway, are about whether plaintiffs can come to court and demand that a certain type of district be created, that there's an affirmative obligation to create that district. And that's where Petaway rules that you cannot combine minorities for that purpose. If you simply come across a district that is a coalition district, that doesn't mean it needs to be fixed. In other words, just because a district isn't required by Section 2 does not mean it's prohibited by the Voting Rights Act or the Constitution. There is space between those ideas, not required and prohibited. And the letter and the assumption here is that if it's not required to be there by the law, then it has to be dismantled.
But Petaway said that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act does not necessarily create or mandate coalition districts, correct?
Petaway said you cannot sue to create a majority-minority district of combined minorities. That's very different than whether a coalition district that you come across that simply exists in the map is in any way problematic. It is no more problematic than a white district or a VRA majority district.
Right. And, okay, I'll leave it at that. I do appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Sure.
I like to discuss nothing more than redistricting, so
Well,
I appreciate your question.
You have come to the right place.
You're going to make me look worse and worse the farther we go in that discussion, but thank you.
Ms. Tepper, for what purpose?
Chairman, real quickly, I'm not sure.
Ms. Tepper.
Majority, minority might mean something different to me than it does to you. Texas is a majority minority state, meaning the other races outnumber white race. Does it mean the same thing to you in redistricting that it does for me politically?
No, probably not. In redistricting, we have very strict standards that are set by the U.S. Supreme Court and the Fifth Circuit. In the Bartlett versus Strickland case, when it was talking about majority, minority, it meant a majority of the population. And sometimes, for example, in this circuit, it means a majority of the citizen voting age population. In Texas demographics, the Hispanic total population has just slightly exceeded the white non-Hispanic total population, but in terms of their numbers like VAP voting age and citizen voting age, those numbers are not the same.
Okay, thank you.
Any other member have questions for this panel? Representative Perez, patiently waiting. You're recognized to question the panel.
I just had a brief question. So from some of the earlier discussion regarding county administrative burdens, I believe there's a requirement that when these congressional lines are redrawn, it requires that counties then have to go back and renumber all of their districts. And I don't think that's something that's been talked about yet, during the course of this hearing. But if you could go over that, because that's going to be a significant cost for county governments to implement whatever these lines are drawn, to go back and have to renumber all the precincts within their county.
Because any new redistricting, depending on the number of districts that it affects, could have significant ripple effects. We have 254 counties in Texas. It could be that a very high number of counties have to do what is called precinct realignment. Your voting precinct is the little area on the map that you vote in, and everybody in a precinct has to vote the same ballot. So if a redistricting line cuts a precinct in half, the precinct boundaries have to be redefined by the county staff. It's an intensive process, and one that costs money and time.
As former county commissioner, we had to submit it by a certain time, but I guess they got to reconfigure the lines to make sure that all the elections are in line. So, but just thank you for pointing that out. It's another just administrative thing that I want to be sure that the committee was aware. Thank you.
Any other questions for this panel? We thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused.
Thank you.
We're going to go to virtual testimony. First up is Brian Troutner. Chair calls Brian Troutner. All right. Mr. Troutner, I think you win for the fastest Zoom video reveal of the evening today.
I had my video on the whole time, so.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. I appreciate you making it sufficient, easy. We're going to bring up your registration 1 second. Okay. I show you registered to testify as Brian Troutner on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Brian Troutner, and I'm just a working class dad who is running for Congress in Texas's 31st District. I wanted to be there with you guys today in person, but like a lot of Texans, I'm juggling a full-time job, and I also have a family to raise. So, as I mentioned, I am running for Congress, and that brings a unique perspective to this discussion for me. Let me start with this. I've been talking to a lot of people all across my district, which is, hopefully going to stay my district. But anyways, a lot of us are kind of feeling the same way. And that's like the system just isn't built for us. Like our voices don't matter, whether it's the government in Austin, whether it's in DC, they just don't want to listen to us. And so that's what makes me so concerned about this redistricting process. Let's be honest, this has nothing to do with fairness or better representation. It has everything to do with Donald Trump trying to reshape the political map to keep his grip on power. Whether it's his deeply unpopular Big Beautiful Bill, his tariffs driving up costs for the average American, or his efforts to keep all the truths buried, he's doing everything he can to silence the American people and avoid accountability. This campaign I have, I kind of started it from nothing. I built it up all myself. I had no big donors to begin with. I had no political connections. Just a belief that regular people like me deserve a seat at the table. And, just even the discussion of redistricting is already having consequences on my campaign. I've had to delay the official launch of my campaign because I don't know what my district's going to be. Like, where am I supposed to hold it? What venue is going to be in my district? All these little things are just starting to add up. And, this isn't just about me. This is about people on both sides of the aisle. And there are so many more important things that we should be talking about as Texans, I feel, than this redistricting. So it's just too late for me in this kind of cycle for this chaos. And so I'm asking you guys, please just choose democracy over dysfunction. Leave the maps where they are and let the people, not the vote, the people and the voters, not the politicians, decide. Thank you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, the witness is excused. Chair calls Lucy Frost. We'll get you unmuted here and then pull up your registration form. We're sending you, there you go. We sent you a blue dot. That's our little helpline. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You
Perfect.
can hear me?
I can hear you. We're going to pull up your registration form. We got you registered as Lucy Frost, testifying on behalf of yourself on revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Please give us your testimony.
Sure. I am Lucy Frost. I'm a Corpus Christi native and want to shout out to the folks from my hometown.
There you go. Sent you a blue dot.
I live in Monshotten.
If you
now.
wouldn't mind, I think you might have another window with the.
Oh, I need to close off that.
Yeah, there you. Thank you so
There you
much
go.
for that.
Okay, I thought about
Here,
that.
we'll restart. We'll restart your time. Please give us
Okay,
your
great.
testimony.
Thank you. I thought maybe that guy would do it himself. So, I live in Monshotten now. I find myself actually agreeing with the guy that just spoke, Brian Shatner. Never saw him before, but he looks like a cool guy. So, as far as I know, I'm a native Texan, nobody's ever told Texans what to do. We've always been like a whole other country, you know, but apparently that doesn't apply to redrawing congressional districts in, you know, like mid-decade. So we have an elephant in the room, so to speak, and that is that we have a wannabe king who wants 5 more congressional lapdogs. This is about politicians picking voters instead of voters picking leaders. This is about further robbing political power from communities of color in particular. This is not democracy. This is New York City Epstein-style sneaky stuff. Doesn't matter if it's done with a Texas accent. We know there's right and there is wrong. And what's right now is tackling real problems. Mr. Chairman, I saw your green ribbon. And that tells me that your heart is with our neighbors who suffered unimaginable flood losses. Y'all should be focused on preventing that from ever happening again and doing right by the Uvalde families as well. Texans want fair maps, we want fair elections, we want a government that works for every Texan from El Paso to Texarkana, from Texline to Port Isabel, and neither of those should be districts, by the way. So anybody who wants to redraw maps should remember what an earlier witness said, is that Texans do not like being played. We know gerrymandering when we see it. We sniff out cheating a mile away. This doesn't pass the smell test. This is the time to take care of Texans. Let's tell the wannabe king, as we like to say, don't mess with Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? See none, the witness is excused. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Faynot Pierre. I apologize if I said that incorrectly. Don't see Faynot Pierre on our Zoom list. Is Faynot Pierre here? Not seeing him. We'll show Faynot Pierre registered, testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Amanda Zarowski. Amanda Zarowski, we don't see you on our Zoom waiting list. Is Amanda Zarowski here? See none, we'll show Amanda Zarowski registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Call up our next panel of 4. If you'll make your way into the room here, we're going to have Michael Garrett Nieves, Nathaniel Reed, and Isaiah Martin and Joshua Martin. If you will make your way up to the front. Michael Garrett Nieves, Nathaniel Reed, Isaiah Martin, and Joshua Martin. Our next virtual witnesses will be, and so please be ready in the Zoom waiting list, Caitlin Cash, Frank Forsyth, and Nicolette Ariente. Those will be our next 3 virtual witnesses. So go ahead with our panel here, and I know I called 4. Maybe somebody's come from the overflow room. We'll get to them as soon as they get here. That's fine. Chair calls Michael Garrett Nieves.
It's me.
Okay, did I say that correctly?
It's Neves.
Neves. I apologize. I'll show you registered to testify as Michael Garrett Neves, testifying on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Hello, everybody. My name is Garrett Neves. I go by Garrett. So I just want to spell my name for people who might want to talk to me after this. Garrett is spelled Garrett, and Neves is spelled N as in Nancy, EA, V as in Victor, ES. Okay, so I have a question for everyone who can hear me. How about we all stop allowing ourselves to be treated like pawns in the power game that oligarchs and elites are playing with each other? Trump and the oligarchs and elites that he is in bed with this week have called for redistricting because they know that they are losing the support of hardworking people. Because they are losing support, this redistricting meant to increase Trump's power may backfire and cause more Texas Republicans to lose in 2026. Trump and Nancy Pelosi are more helpful to each other than either of them are to hardworking Texans. Pelosi says that the Epstein files are a distraction. Trump says the Epstein files are a waste of time. They both do not want working people to see that the oligarchs and the elites abuse regular people for their own enrichment and pleasure. Bill Clinton and Donald Trump have more experience partying with each other and partying with Jeffrey Epstein than they do with doing any work which is actually intended to help working people. So, how about we all stop allowing ourselves to be treated like pawns? Reject this attempt by Trump to serve and protect himself at your expense.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Nathaniel Reed. Okay. I show you registered to testify as Nathaniel Reed on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yep. Before I do my testimony, can I hand this to the clerk?
You absolutely can if you got some handouts. I won't even start your timer yet. Just if you'll hand those, and we'll get those passed out. Okay, let's go ahead and start your timer now. There you go. All right. Please give us your testimony.
All right. Good afternoon. Before this testimony, I have passed along copies of this map of the current shape of Texas's District 35, which is represented by Congressman Greg Casar, who is my congressman. Take a look at it. You know, it starts from Austin and it ends in San Antonio. It doesn't make sense to lump these two faraway communities that are heavily populated into one district. I've looked at dozens of proposed redistricting maps for Texas, and I see more Casar-like districts appearing across the state, with the motive of taking away House seats from the Democrats. There is a dangerous precedent being set not only in Texas, but across the country. In response to Texas's redistricting, California is considering redistricting maps of their own. Some of these proposed maps could possibly take away every Republican seat from the House. Ohio, Maryland, and many other states are also considering gerrymandering their possible congressional redistrict maps. No matter who you are, Democrat, Republican, this is a terrible idea. This is terrible news. Democrats will have less representation in red states, and Republicans will have less representation in blue states. We are about to witness the end of an era in partisan politics, and the start of a new era of decades of complete distorted representation in Congress. The people of Texas and the people of the United States deserve better than this. So I ask you to redistrict with fair representation. Thank you for giving me time for this testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Isaiah Martin. I show you registered as Isaiah Martin, testifying on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's right.
Please give us your testimony.
Well, hello to the committee. I'm Isaiah Martin, and it's very apparent that no one seems to know why we're here. It just seems as if many are just sitting here going with the emotions. And it makes sense, because the game is rigged. We already know this way the situation's going to be. Many of you that are Republicans that are looking at you, you guys understand the game. You got to get Trump's endorsement. That's the name of the game to be a Republican nowadays. And you know very clearly that Trump told every single one of you that he needs 5 seats, is what he said. So why do we play this game where we come here to an empty chamber in which all of you pretend as if you don't know what's going on when you already know what the situation is? But the real conversation that we should be having, that I want every single one of you to understand, is that there will be a retaliation for that. You've seen states like California say that they will gerrymander Republicans out of their states. You see the same thing in Maryland. The same thing is going to happen in New York. While you were in here, Governor Kathy Hochul said that she will be gerrymandering Republicans out of their seats. The same thing is going to happen in New Jersey. So for all of the work that you guys see that you guys claim to be doing, when we should be talking about the fact that we live in a state that is unaffordable for people, our economy is wrecked, people cannot find good jobs, we literally have property taxes going up every single year, despite the fact that you Republicans have been in office for nearly 30 straight years. I mean, this is the game that we live in right here. And you choose, after we literally got after one of the worst mass casualty events in our state's history, to go and gerrymander people out of their seats. That's what you have chosen to do with your time, because you're scared of Donald Trump. You are scared and terrified because you're seeking an endorsement when you understand the truth. And the funny part about it is that you all know it's true. You can't react to it. I see you guys' faces. You can't react to it, but you all know what the situation is. Because Donald Trump runs this body. He runs your vote, he runs your vote, he runs your vote, he runs your vote, because you guys know that you cannot dare cross him. And ultimately, what we need in this state are people that have the cojones to actually go forward and call this stuff out. Because what you guys have done to this state is cataclysmically horrific. And I think that everybody across the nation should be able to go look at what you guys have done. So I look forward to Kathy Hochul getting rid of you guys as Republican friends. I look forward to Phil Murphy getting rid of your Republican friends. I look forward to Wes Moore doing the same thing. I think Andy Harris
Please finish
had a
your
long
testimony.
congressional career. He's about to be done too. All of them will be done. And you can thank your failed, senile, dilapidated, Epstein partying with president for all of the work that we're about to do to every single one of you.
Thank you for your
'Cause
testimony.
You did this, you caused this, and this is the
witnesses-
result of you
Wit-
and your work. No, I'm not going to finish.
Witnesses'
because
time has
ultimately,
expired.
I'm not finished. Because ultimately, who doesn't have a say in this are the people of this state, the 40 million people that you guys just kicked
Witness
off
will come to
healthcare,
order.
The people of this state.
The witness
that are now
does
gonna
not-
have
the
to
witness
go
is not
without SNAP
recognized.
As a result of what you guys have done, this is a result of your policies. And you have no shame.
Okay.
You have
Nope.
no shame. None.
The witness-
Zero.
the witness-
You have no shame
Nope.
for what you've done. And I think that we all should be standing
No,
up here and
just
signing
just
up.
cut off his mic. Cut off his mic. Okay. That the gentleman will come to order. We will maintain decorum. The gentleman will be reminded one last time. The gentleman will come to order immediately.
This is not
All right. The sergeants are directed to remove the gentleman from the room.
History will not remember you kindly for what you have done. They will not. As a matter of fact, history might not remember you at all because of what you have done. It's horrific.
The gentleman will be removed.
Shame. You need to have shame. History will not remember you for what you have done. It is a shame.
Members and members of the public. Oh, let
Horrific for what you have done. You should all be ashamed. America will rise up against you.
Okay.
members and members of the public, as the chair has exhibited throughout this hearing, the purpose of today is to hear your testimony. When individuals fail to maintain order or decorum, it's disrespectful to the other individuals that are here, you. So we're going to maintain order. We're going to go back to our testimony. At this time, the chair calls Joshua Martin. Joshua Martin here. Chair calls Joshua Martin. Chair will show that Joshua Martin was registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but did not testify. Members, questions for the panel? Hearing none, the panel is excused. All right. I do want to take a moment just to reiterate, you know, there's a trend sometimes in this nation when we have these types of discussions to disrupt. Our nation works best when we hear each other, regardless of what the topic may be, okay? And so it's important that we maintain decorum, and the chair will continue to do so. Chair calls Caitlin Cash. Yep. Chair calls Caitlin Cash. I don't see Caitlin Cash in our Zoom waiting room. Chair calls Caitlin Cash. Is Caitlin Cash present? We will show Caitlin Cash registered to testify on behalf of herself on the congressional revisions to the Congressional Redistricting Plan, choosing not to testify. Chair calls Frank Forsyth. Okay. Is Frank Forsyth? Don't see him on the Zoom. Is Frank Forsyth here? Hearing none, Chair will show Frank Forsyth registered on behalf of himself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Nicolette Ardiente. On the Zoom. Okay. We're going to admit you onto the Zoom. All right, if we can see your screen here and your microphone unmuted, perfect. Okay, give me center, yeah. All right. We just shot you the little blue link of help. There you go, perfect. Can you hear me? Oh, we can't hear you. I think your microphone might be... Here's what I recommend you do. In the bottom left corner of your Zoom, there's an up arrow for your microphone. Make sure that you've got it set to the right input. Try. Yeah, I think your earphone might have failed you. Do you want to try it with your headphones out? I know that might be a little strange. It looks like you're at the, is that an American airline? You're not flying Southwest? What are you doing? I'm just kidding. That was neither an endorsement of any airline or not. All right, we have you registered to testify as Nicolette Ardiente on behalf of yourself on revised Congressional Redistricting Plan and on behalf of, oh, I apologize, not on behalf of yourself, on behalf of Asian Texans for Justice. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, please give us your testimony.
All right, well, good afternoon, Chairman, everybody, members of the committee. My name is Nicolette Ardiente. I'm a constituent of Congressional District 23 in San Antonio, Texas, and I am testifying on behalf of Asian Texans for Justice as the program manager. We are a statewide, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that connects the 2 million Asian American Pacific Islander Texan community to civic action through personal and political power. According to HEJ's polling report, Deep in the Heart of Asian Texas, in 2022, approximately 70,000 Asian Americans and 2,500 Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islanders resided in the San Antonio region, and I am one of them. Many live in our medical center area or the Stone Oak area and are also spread all over. This directly correlates with the statistics that about half, 52% of Asians in the San Antonio region are employed in management and business, science, and arts, exceeding the rate for the region's population, which is about 39.3%. This is the fourth largest concentration of Asian American Pacific Islander Texans after Dallas, Houston, and Austin. And despite being a small portion of the San Antonio's overall population, the Asian diaspora is still very diverse, with a quarter, about 25.8% of Asians identifying as Filipino, Latino, and 19.3% as Asian Indian. Like overall state trends and those of other metro areas, Asians in the San Antonio region are more likely to be born outside of the U.S., 67.4%, than in the U.S., 32.6%. I share these statistics to highlight the highly diverse community that I am a part of in San Antonio. Yet our community members still don't have the representation they deserve. I'm here to testify on the proposed redistricting and its attempts to intentionally racially discriminate and redraw our congressional district lines during the special session. I want to further validate with facts that the growing API populations throughout Texas deserve fair redistricting to serve our communities. By me being here virtually, I want to continue increasing awareness and understanding of API Texans. Asian Texans for Justice seeks to enable community members, organizations, policymakers like all of y'all, and our other stakeholders to better serve the unique needs of API communities across Texas. If you do vote to do this redistricting now, we will remember this at the ballot box and elect the leaders who actually ensure that the voices of all citizens are heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair's none, the witness is excused. Thank you. Chair's going to call up our next in-person panel and then also list out the virtual witnesses that'll follow. Our next panel is going to be in-person: Anthony Rivera Strain, Jennifer Jackson, Amanda Edwards, Emily Apps. If those four will make their way to the front. Our next four virtual witnesses, if you'll be available on the Zoom wait list: Brock Sutter, Arnetta Murray, Becky Halpin, and Julie Travis Rogers. If those four would please be available onto Zoom. And so we're going to go to our in-person panel making their way in here. We'll give you a little time, and we might start with those that are here, and then we'll fill out. Okay. I'm going to first call, I'll speculate here who we got. Okay, Jennifer Jackson?
Right here.
Bingo.
Thank you.
Got it right on the first time. I'm going to call Jennifer Jackson. Ms. Jackson, I show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself
Yes, I
on
am.
the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please
Thank
give us
you.
your testimony.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Jackson. I'm not a politician. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm a native Texan and a teacher, and I live in Congressional District 37. I believe it's my responsibility as a citizen to hold our leaders accountable to both the Texas Constitution and the United States Constitution. What's happening right now with redistricting? It's not about population changes or fairness. It's about raw political power. And let's be real. Donald Trump is the one demanding this, and Texas Republicans are going along with this. That's not leadership. It's despicable. Redrawing our map mid-decade without a court order or new census data just to gain seats, that's not representation, it's manipulation. Gerrymandering weakens the voice of Black and brown Texans. It strips power from working families. It rigs the system. So politicians pick their voters, not the other way around. When districts are designed to be safe, politicians stop listening. They stop showing up, and we're left with extreme policies that don't reflect the will of the people. This power grab is wrong. It's reckless, and it disrespects every voter who believes in real democracy. Texans deserve better. We deserve fair maps. We deserve elections where candidates have to earn our vote, not inherit it. Stop allowing Trump to desecrate our Constitution any further. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Amanda Edwards.
Yes.
Okay, I show you registered as Amanda Edwards, testifying on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Edwards, and I'm a former at-large Houston City Council member, also a candidate for the 18th Congressional District seat now left vacant. I am also a proud resident of the 18th Congressional District. I am here today to offer my remarks on behalf of the 800,000 people who have been without a voice, who have been without their vote, who have not had the federal advocacy that one enjoys when they have their voting member in place. You see, we've experienced quite a bit of loss in the 18th. We've lost both Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee and Congressman Sylvester Turner within less than 1 year of each other. We are a community of strong voices, people like Barbara Jordan, Mickey Leland, Craig Washington, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Sylvester Turner, who have fought for people
and for justice. Instead of using this moment where the seat remains empty to then put it on the chopping block, let us use this moment to elevate the Black and brown voices that have been diluted over the years. Let us use this moment to then elevate policies that promote equity and inclusion and create opportunity for people all across the country to be able to thrive. That is what we are elected to office to do, is to use that public trust of office and that oath, and to really carry out the needs that are that of the community. We deserve it. Moreover, I know the old adage you're all familiar with. If you are not at the table, you're what's on the menu. And sadly, because we have a vacancy and this delayed in calling the special election, 18 months will be the period of time before there has been someone to represent the 800,000 people of the 18th Congressional District. And what we are choosing to do with this moment is to put the 18th Congressional District on the menu. And that is wrong. So I encourage you to reconsider redistricting the 18th, reconsider redistricting the 29th, the 33rd, and the 9th district, all of which has been named by the Department of Justice as those being targeted at this time. Again, thank you for your time. I'm Amanda Edwards, speaking on behalf of the 800,000 people of the 18th Congressional District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Chair calls Emily Amps.
Thank
She
you.
registered testifies Emily Amps on behalf of the Texas AFL-CIO and yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Emily Amps, and I am the Director of Politics and Policy at the Texas AFL-CIO, the state's labor federation with over 250,000 affiliated members across the state. And I'm here to testify on their behalf and for myself. Texans, including many of our members, your constituents, are facing serious challenges right now. We have the highest rate and number of uninsured in the nation. Wages aren't going up even though prices are. Workers are dying in the heat of the summer because they have no state or federal protections to ensure they're given a break and some water. And right now, first responders and volunteers are cleaning up and rebuilding communities after a tragic weather event that took the lives of over 100 of our neighbors, including many young Texans. But here we are, talking about redrawing the congressional map, something no Texan asked for, spurred by political pressure and aimed at dismantling communities of color in coalition districts who elect the candidate of their choice. Bowing to the pressure, this pressure would further silence Texans, including many workers, adding the voices already muted by the current district lines. So what makes Texas so special? It's the people who build our state. It's the people.
Yes, I can.
Okay, now we're gonna, let me pull up your,
This is a very strange option.
now we're gonna turn up, let me pull up the witness affirmation form real quick here. All right. So you register to testify as Sophia Merto on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
It is.
Please give us your testimony.
My testimony is that this is a ridiculous waste of everyone's time. We have people all over the state of Texas who are in desperate need of government services from the flood. We have had, as someone very eloquently stated a few minutes ago, the largest mass casualty event. And it is absolutely absurd that we are not using time from our employees, y'all right there, to fix this problem of people being unhoused because of the flood. Now on redistricting, because I know that's what everybody wants to talk about today, it is setting such a dangerous precedent to redistrict the state of Texas. California, Maryland, New Jersey, so many other states are gearing up to redistrict. If redistricting does pass in Texas, we will look at a free-for-all all over the country of states redistricting based on who's controlling power in the state. This is not how the government is supposed to function. This is not what representative democracy looks like, and it is a violation of the Constitution. So my request to everyone on the dais today is to go home and read the Constitution that you took an oath to. because I feel like everybody's fucking forgot.
Let's maintain decorum, but please continue.
I think that the calls for decorum are absolutely absurd, considering that each one of you is violating your oath of office in this very moment. Your oath is to the Constitution, which means government by the people, for the people, and the people very clearly do not want redistricting. We do not want you to be wasting your time as our employees. We want you to be fixing the problems of Texas. We also don't even have a redistricting map to look at, so we can't even register whether or not we're interested in the map. And another thing is, without the census, we are doing this based on, obviously, a request from the administration. That's a violation of states' rights. Texas is supposed to be about Texas, and we have a long, proud history of not listening to the federal government, and this is the moment to use that long, proud history. It is frankly embarrassing to see anyone elected in the state of Texas bowing down to a regime rather than protecting the constituents that you are employed to serve.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, the witness is excused. Thank you very much. One sec, Ms. Mirto, we had you registered twice. Is it okay? Do we have your permission to delete the duplicate registration?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Chair calls Gloria Osaria Lapham. I apologize if I butchered that. We're going to send you an ask to unmute, and if you could turn your video on for us. Ms. Gloria, we're going to ask you to unmute and show your video. There we go. We got you unmuted. If you can show your video for us. No worries. Okay. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And I can hear you. I show you registered as, well, we had you on your registration registered as Osorio Lapham, just your last name. Can we modify your registration to have your first name added to their, Gloria?
Yes, Gloria.
Okay, we're going to put that on there. And we had you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, please give us your testimony.
Okay, good evening. My name is Gloria Sori-Lapham. I'm Latina, daughter of immigrants, a combat veteran, a military spouse, and a student at Temple College. I represent many walks of life, and I care about the future of our communities. I'm here, anxious, but still, this is important to me. But I'm here to speak against redistricting. I really think that the special session is focused on the wrong thing, and really we should be focusing on, again, as the last few people have mentioned, the mass casualty event that just happened. Changing districts lines outside the regular 10-year census cycle is unnecessary, it's unfair, and it's destabilizing. It moves the goalpost of representation and sends a message that political power matters more than the people being represented. Just personal experience, I used to live in Killeen, Texas, Congressional District 11, and that district stretches all the way to Otessa, which is over 300 miles away. I do now live in a different district, Texas 31st. It has a better fit geographically, but my representation does not show up. I get generic canned answers and just silence. This is not, this is not the time for redistricting. We are in a state that has seen devastating floods this year. Even just overall, hurricane season's about to start. And the infrastructure for relief and response needs to be fixed. That's what it should be, this special session should be focused on. Disaster relief and emergency preparedness. And this is what Texans need. It's incredibly frustrating as someone newly involved in civics to watch political leaders chase power and partisan advantage while ignoring the very real urgent needs of the everyday people. We need to put people before politics, prioritize disaster relief over district manipulation. And that's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Hearing none, the witness is excused. Thank you. I believe that's the last of the virtual testimony we have. We came back. There were two. They showed up late, and we got them in there. Members, it's been 5 hours and 5 minutes of public testimony. However, because of some of the disruptions earlier and some questions, the chair has added 15 minutes to the total, so we got 10 more minutes here. Chair's going to bring up at least one more panel. Chair calls It's going to do it randomly. Let's see what happens. All right. Chair calls Cyrus Reed and Andre Triber, Heather Herman, and Tara Anders. If you're here, please make your way up.
Cyrus Reed is not here.
We'll give him about 30 seconds to hop over. And we're going to go ahead and get started. What's your name?
Tara Anders.
Okay. Chair calls Tara Anders. I'll show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's right.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and everybody on the committee. My name is Tara Anders, and I'm retired. I work as a consultant for product quality and safety, and I live in Taylor District 52. As a Texan, I wish that this emergency legislative session was would have prioritized disaster preparedness, emergency management, and early warning systems to prevent the tragedies like the deaths of more than 130 of my fellow Texans. When floodwaters strike, we show up for one another. I've been working and helping at the disaster relief in Sandy Creek, and I am disappointed to see that Governor Abbott has prioritized this demand from the DOJ without evidence or any pushback from the committee above the real emergency. You know, what we choose to prioritize reveals what we value. I expect my legislators to value the safety of Texans over political gain. Instead, I'm here to oppose an illicit attempt to redraw our congressional districts mid-decade. I'm involved in advocacy efforts from voting rights to public schools. And I share my life with these communities. I will stand for them when their vote and voice are under threat. Texas legislators have long been described as tenacious defenders of voting discrimination. Webb County, for example, has seen its voting power cracked for decades. I fear this rushed process will do more harm. The redistricting process is consequential. It should take months, not 5 days, 2-minute testimonies, and no map to look at. That's inequitable at best and disingenuous at worst. I urge this committee to reveal its priorities, to show the people of Texas that we may see what you value. We deserve representative districts where all voices and all votes are counted and heard.
Please finish your testimony.
Reject this redistricting push, remove this from the agenda, and I wanted to say thank you to Representative Garcia for all you're doing for the victims of the floods. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Cyrus Reed. Chair will show, and please remain right there, ma'am. I'm just going to finish out this panel. Chair will show Cyrus Reed, registered to testify on behalf of the Lone Star chapter of the Sierra Club, neutral on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Andre Triber. Chair will show Andre Triber, registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Heather Herman. Chair will show Heather Herman, registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. Members, any questions for this panel? Seeing none, you're excused. Thank you, ma'am. Give me one more. Chair calls Emily French, Daniela Hernandez, David Chinkanchan, and Colin Steele. Please make your way in. We'll give you about a minute here. Make sure you have an opportunity for the overflow to come. Emily French, Daniela Hernandez, David Chinkanchan, and Colin Steele. Anyone in the overflow rooms, if we call your names, just go ahead and maybe just be in the hallway or nearby. We can kind of close this out. Okay. Wait for Emily French. All right. Ma'am, what's your name?
I'm Emily French.
Perfect. Chair calls Emily French. Ms. French, I show you registered to testify on behalf of Common Cause Texas on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And
Please.
if I'm out of breath, it's just my passion for the topic.
You're
Not
good.
running up
Please
here.
give us your testimony.
Thank you so much. We're thankful for this opportunity to testify before you today. However, it's not enough. As you've heard time and time again, we believe this redistricting process is rushed and unfair. Texas has a history of producing racially discriminatory maps that pack, crack, and disenfranchise communities of color. The passion. We can only fix that history by drawing maps with care. Unfortunately, I do not see care being taken in this process. Drawing maps with care takes time. You can't squeeze months of testimony into only 3 hearings, especially when you limit it to 5 hours. You cannot squeeze months of robust debate and negotiation into only 30 days. So many Texans are here today to make their voices heard, and so many of us will go home without the committee calling our name. Many more are hard at work today in other areas of the state, unable to tell you that they oppose this process. You are silencing them too. Drawing maps with care also requires transparency. This committee is soliciting testimony on redistricting, but the public has yet to see a single map proposed by a legislator. We sincerely hope that you will also hear testimony on the actual maps, not just on the idea of drawing them. Drawing maps with care takes travel. This committee is only holding hearings in Austin, Houston, and Arlington. So far, not too late. What about the Rio Grande Valley, which President Trump identified as a possible target for redrawing? What about cities with significant black populations like Prairie View and Beaumont? What about voters out in El Paso, up in Amarillo, down in Corpus Christi? What about my parents in Wichita Falls? They love to have opinions on things. I bet they would have an opinion on redistricting too. These communities deserve a chance to speak, and this chamber has not provided one. It is not too late to slow down. It is not too late to put more time, transparency, and public availability into this process. I respectfully urge this committee to preserve the voice and vote of every Texan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. French. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to question the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine is really more of a statement.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for mentioning Jefferson County, because most people don't realize that we were redistricted and that we lost significant population, and we are the only majority minority county area in that area, and there is enough representation for there to be a coalition district that no one ever decides to put together, because rural black and brown people don't need the same kind of representation all the time. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Stay right there just in case somebody changes their mind. I'm going to finish this panel. Chair calls Daniela Hernandez. And if David Chinkanchan or Colin Steele are in the room, if you'll go ahead and come on up to the front. Okay. Chair calls Daniela Hernandez. I show you registered as Daniela Hernandez, testifying on behalf of the Workers' Defense Action Fund and yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Daniela Hernandez. I'm the State Legislative Coordinator for Workers' Defense Action Fund, and I'm testifying on the legislature's attempt to redistrict our congressional districts mid-census. We are strongly opposed these efforts, and we want to be clear that this is a blatant attack on our elections, attempting to rig them to increase Republican representation in Congress by removing power from communities of color. This is a shameful attack and blatant racial discrimination. Elections are meant for people to use their power to choose their electeds, not the other way around. What this effort is doing is ensuring that elected officials are able to cherry pick their own voters. For the past few years, the state has been arguing that they did not rely on race to create the current districts we have. And now that the state has decided to flip-flop and claim that they did racially gerrymander their current maps, and now we need new maps. The truth is that these new proposed maps will only further suppress the voting power of people of color. Our map should be fair and should be drawn independently, reflecting the diversity of our state. The fact is that this attempt to do this mid-decade redistricting is being rammed through, moving at an incredibly fast pace for something that will have consequences for several years to come. In a time where Texans are still hurting, still grieving the lives lost to the devastating floods that happened not even a month ago, our legislature should be focused on providing solutions to that, providing emergency preparedness, flood relief, and many other things that Texans currently need, not by blindly following what bureaucrats in Washington want the state to do. I don't remember a time when Texas has ever just willy-nilly let Washington told us what to do. Texans from across the state deserve to have their voices heard on the new proposed maps. We first need to wait for the current court case to play out, and if and when the court says we need to redraw these maps, the legislature must hold public hearings with the maps drawn across the state so all Texans have the opportunity to share their voice. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair, what's your name?
David Chinkanchin.
Okay. Chair calls David Chinkanchin. Show you registered to testify on behalf of the Workers' Defense Action Fund and yourself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
That's right.
Please give us your testimony.
Good evening. My name is David Chinkanchin, and I serve as the Policy Director for Workers' Defense Action Fund. Earlier, we heard the reason you're here is because of a letter the DOJ sent our state. Whether that's the case or not, I think you can answer for yourselves. But I want to explain what this looks like to the public through the lens of common sense. Most of you don't seem to want to do this. Our Texas congressional delegation, Republicans and Democrats alike, don't seem to want you to do this. And most importantly, Texans don't want you to do this. Texans want you to focus on the issues impacting them and their families. So then why are we actually here? There may be pretext, but there's no justification. As has been reported widely, it's most likely because Governor Abbott got a phone call from someone who has shown there's no line he won't cross to hold on to that power that he has, even if it means blatantly attacking our freedoms and our fundamental democratic rights, and even if it means intimidating others like you to do the same. Now, Governor Abbott has issued his proclamation ordering you to be in this room today to do his dirty work for him. And I do mean dirty work, because the president's team has demanded that you serve up 5 more Texas congressional seats to him on a silver platter. It doesn't take a demographer to know that squeezing 5 more seats out of Texas can only be done if you drag us all back into a past era of racial segregation and poll taxes by adopting what would be the most racially discriminatory maps our state has seen in ages. There are still people missing in Kerr County. Millions of Texans are on the verge of losing their health care. Today, we had our first heat-related death of the year in Dallas County. We have heat waves coming this summer that will disrupt business operations and result in the deaths of workers just like they did last time. And while Texans are dying, suffering, and hurting, this is how you're choosing to spend your time. The least you can do for Texans who entrusted you with these positions is to dig deep as you need to find the courage to stand against this dictate, to defend our Texas democracy, and to do what's right by Texans. Please put an end to undermining our Texas democracy immediately.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Chair calls Colin Steele. Is Colin Steele present? Chair will show Colin Steele registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised Congressional Redistricting Plan, but not testifying. This panel is excused. Thank you very much. Members, not at this time. Members, the time for public testimony at today's hearing has concluded. I want to thank you for all who testified. We had set out in the notice, and the intent is to treat every in-person hearing that we have here, both in Austin and in Houston and in Arlington, equally. And so that is the reason that we're ceasing public testimony today, pursuant to the notice. The gallery will maintain decorum. The electronic portal for today's hearing will close right after we adjourn. Now, If you registered to testify, but we were not able to reach you today, or you had more to say, please bring your written testimony that was set out in the notice. Please bring it up to the clerk. That will be scanned and given to the members of the committee, who also have your contact information and can ask you any questions. So I welcome you at this time, or at any time. We'll stick around for a little while. Please bring your written testimony up front. We would love to have that to you. Again, we're going to scan that and give that to all the members of the committee. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank all the members for being here. I appreciate the questions and the decorum. There being no further business before the committee, Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to formally move to extend time by at least 1 hour to allow more Texans.
The gentleman is not recognized. Maintain decorum. The gentleman is not recognized for that motion at this time. The chair moves that the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting stand adjourned subject to the call of the chair.
Objection.
Is there objection?
Object.
Objection has been made. The question occurs on whether the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand adjourned subject to the call of the chair. This is not a debatable motion. The clerk?
I don't want to debate, but I would like to say something right quick before we actually do that.
We can't, while I've called for a vote and a motion is pending, we can't speak on anything. It's a non-debatable motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Under
Mr. Chair,
Rule 7, Section 1A.
We had requested to speak before you had.
You are not recognized at this time.
Thank you very much.
I just want to make an announcement to the public. I don't want to actually debate the motion.
I can't. The clerk will call the roll. So just so we're clear, the question before the body is a motion to adjourn. A vote yes is to adjourn. A vote no is not to adjourn. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Fasut.
Aye.
Vice Chair Rosenthal. Representative Garcia.
Nay.
Representative Guerin. Representative Guerin. Representative Gervin Hawkins. Representative Guerra. Representative Guerra. Representative Guillen. Representative Hefner. Representative Hickland. Representative Hunter. Representative Manuel. Representative McQueenie. Representative Metcalf. Representative Moody. Representative Pearson. Representative Spiller. Representative Tepper. Representative Thompson. Representative Turner. Representative Wilson. Representative Wu.
No. We will be meeting downstairs in the Legislative Conference Center for anyone else who wants to testify. It's on the first floor, one floor down.
E2.002 is the room number.
It's on the first floor. You can go downstairs in the extension.
Okay. There being 11 votes in favor, 7 votes against, the motion prevails, and the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair.
If you would like to keep testifying, come down.